Hello, and welcome to the Adventure Archive. My name is Ryan. Been quite a while since I said that, and I don't know how to do this anymore. So tonight, we are going to be doing 10 Candles, Black Death. And with me, we have the Dragonbane crew. We have Jason, we have Jess, we have Matt, and we have Ducky. Ducky is the one whose face looks like that. That's horrifying. So, yeah. So this is us. This is what we're doing. Jason, normally we call people out, right? So we are listening to Hi Matt tonight as well. I think, I can do that. Hi Matt.
Yeah, it is Doom Catacomb.
Yes, very excited. A couple of the albums from Doom Catacomb on the Bandcamp. So it is Halloween. Happy Halloween, everybody.
Yeah, happy Halloween.
Woo! Yeah, the excitement is palpable here on the Adventure Archive. Sorry we're getting started a little bit late. One of us overslept just a tiny bit, but we are here. We are going. And we're going to be playing 10 Candles. For those that have never played 10 Candles before, we have once, some of us. So we'll see how this goes. But 10 Candles is a very different game than what we normally run, which would be Dragonbane. 10 Candles is a narrative game in which we all know right off the bat that everyone dies at the end. So this is more about telling like a fun, spoopy, horrifying story about how we die and the path. It's the path we make, the friends we make along the way is what's important about tonight here on 10 Candles. So how do we want to kick this off, everybody? Do we introduce our characters? Do you want me to introduce the game first? Like, how do we feel like this would be the best way to get going for those that are watching?
I think maybe set up like the setting and what it's about, and then, just to give people an idea, because I'm not sure if they know what Black Death means.
Okay. So yeah, let's do that. I will bring up the thing that I have somewhere. There it is. So again, we're playing 10 Candles. This is a narrative game. We'll go over the mechanics in just a second. But I guess no, I won't read the prompt yet. But the Black Death is about the bubonic plague. It is the second great pandemic in humanity. It is the plague that ravaged England and eventually in serfdom. So thank you, rats. But we are going to 1348 in the south of England, where the plague is just kind of setting in and spreading across the country in a small town that we'll go over in just a little bit. So we are on the plague lands of England in the late 1300s, mid 1300s. The game 10 Candles, as I said, let's go through the mechanics real quick, just so everyone watching knows, and we can remind ourselves here on the channel as well. It starts off as, though you know your characters will die, you must have hope that you will survive. So this game is about hope in the face of hopelessness and finding yourself in the darkness, So mechanically, every player it has traits. So every character will have a virtue and a vice, and those were actually decided by each other. Prior to stream, we did most of our character creation. So each person sitting around the table in the order that you see, as if we are around a table, comes up with one virtue, one vice, and then passes the virtue to the right and the vice to the left. So no one came up with their own virtue or vice. It was passed to them by somebody else. And then once that was done, we came up with a character concept. So characters, all of these people here came up with who they are going to be, which we'll introduce in a moment. After that, they came up with a moment, which is an event that will happen somewhere in the story where they will try to find hope. And then each character also has a brink. A brink is when everything else is gone and you have nothing left. It's what happens when you are pushed to your absolute limit, whether that's something courageous or something awful. It is what your character does when they're at their the end of what they have to give. Those are also not decided by the players themselves. Those are passed to them from another player after they've come up with their concept. And then throughout the game, the players here will actually be able to burn all of those things that I just said throughout the course of the mechanics of the game in order to try to maintain control of the narrative and make the story go in a direction that maybe not best suits them, but best suits the story. So why don't we go around to each of the characters, and you'll introduce yourselves, and why don't we go through your virtue, your vice, your moment, and then obviously not your brink. Your brink is something that you save for yourself, and it will only come up when it needs to come up. So why don't we go to bottom left? Jess, who are you?
My name is Josephine Fragonard. I am 27, of slight build, a little gaunt, and I have haunted eyes, curly brown hair, and I'm the daughter of a dead lord and lady. I'm trustworthy but tactless. So watch the fuck out.
Oh.
And what is your moment where you will try to find hope in the darkness?
Let's see. I believe it's when I see my family's sigil.
There we go. And I guess a little bit more world building. Is this a local lord and lady? Or were you visiting where we're at? Or are they more towards the city? Or
I was thinking local, but if this is
Okay.
a very small town, I guess it could be like the next largest city where a lord and lady might reside.
So we're, like I said, in the very south of England, and it's about, I Googled it, it is about 49 hours walk to London. I mean, England's small. I think LA County is like half the size of England. But just for context, there are a couple of small towns or cities along the way. I don't know how big they were in 1348 or if they existed, but I know that Southampton and places are along the way. So there could be some small areas, but I think most of the, I think it's Dover is kind of like the county. No, I feel like that's wrong. I feel like I said that and that's incorrect. But it doesn't matter. I'm not from England. So it could be either. It could be more towards London. If you're farther out than like nearish the town, the closest huge thing would be London. Other than that, it would be like a small area.
Okay, I'd say they're like small lords. I don't think they're like lords and ladies of London.
Gotcha.
We're
Okay.
small but prideful.
Dorset. That's where it was, not Dover. Okay. Josephine. So Jason, who
Yes.
are you?
So I am playing a very young boy. His name is Bjorn. He's only about 12 years old. 10 to 12. He's a peasant boy. He's looking for his mother in this very dark, dark world. However, his vice is he's a coward. He's a cowardly little child. But his virtue is he's a very selfless individual. So he's willing to sacrifice his needs for others. As long as it doesn't... I like how it's very contradictory because he's a coward, but he's also selfless. My moment, of course, is when I'm going to find hope when I find my mother.
Ooh.
So that is
Okay.
little Bjorn.
So you are separated from your mother.
Yes.
I guess we can get into what separated you when we get into the story here.
Yeah.
Interesting. So, Ducky, who the heck are you?
All right. My name is Reginald. I'm a 48-year-old disgraced knight. A heavyish build. I used to be in shape, but over the years I've retired the workout for a couple glasses of mead. I've got an eye patch over me left eye, shoulder length, unkept wavy hair, and a patchy beard. Some say my virtue is being strong, while others might say my voice is reckless. And I'll find hope when I stay true to my oath.
Visited Australia a couple times, it sounds like.
Yeah, it's gonna change the entire time.
Yeah. Oh, it always does. My default is Cockney or Southern. That's what it always ends up as, no matter what I want to do. And then we have Matt. Matt, who are you?
I am playing Brother Thomas, a Franciscan monk in his late 50s, bald, with a beard, tall and lanky. Think of him as sort of a good-looking Sean Connery. His virtue is courage, whereas his vice is that he's wrathful. And my moment is that I will find hope when I hear church bells again. A sign that our Heavenly Father still holds dominion over these lands.
There we go. So we have Josephine, the daughter of the Lord and Lady. We have Reginald. You said you are a knight, a retired knight. We have Bjorn, our little boy, small little boy.
Wee little
and
boy.
we have Matt's brother Thomas, our Franciscan monk. So these are our characters here on 10 Candles Black Death. Let's go through the mechanics real quick, just for what it looks like for the viewers out there, and then we will hop into the game. So as you can see on the screen below me, there are 10 candles. Crazy, right? What those candles define the game. In real life, IRL, some call it, those would be tea lights in a circle around on a table in a darkened room. Each of the players have, as I said, their virtue, their vice, their moment, and their brink. Those would normally be written down on index cards. And you're actually going to get to, they're going to be able to spend those to make some changes in the mechanics. And IRL, they would actually burn them on the tea light. And then the tea lights will be darkened for various reasons. And whenever a candle is darkened, the scene that we're in will end and we'll move to another scene. When all the candles are gone, hope is lost, the darkness has consumed us all, and we're all dead. And that is the end of the game. So how do candles darken? Whenever a candle is darkened for any reason, the scene ends. A candle may be darkened if a player fails a conflict roll. Basically, anytime that one of these guys is trying to do something that can affect the story, and they want narrative rights over how that's going to happen, they will roll a number of d6 equal to the number of candles that they have left. Any sixes are considered successes, and any ones are removed from their pool for the rest of that scene. So if the first person rolls 3 sixes and 7 ones, the next conflict in that scene only has 3 dice to roll with. And once you fail a roll, the scene ends and the candle darkens. And it doesn't just like hard cut, we wrap the scene and then move on to the next one. We just talked about resolving conflicts, which is how they roll when they roll the dice. Narration rights goes to whoever has the most sixes, because not only will the players be rolling, the plague will be rolling as well. Not saying that I'm the plague, but close enough. If I only have the number of dice that are equal to the dice removed by the number of candles. So say there's only 4 candles left, I'll have 6 dice. I never decide conflicts, but if I ever get more sixes than the person trying to roll a conflict, I will have narrative rights and I'll get to decide what happens. Using traits. So you can use any of your traits, that is your virtue or your vice, to reroll all dice that land on ones. You can bring your trait into conflict narration in some significant way, and then you burn it. So if you're saying that you're courageous, right, and you fail the roll, you can use your trait, re-roll, and in the narration that follows, if you then succeed, you have to show that you were courageous, and then your trait is gone. It's burned. You can't use it again. Not that you can't be courageous going forward. That is you as your character. It's just you can't use it to alter the dice mechanics at all. Same thing with the vice. If you choose to burn your vice should come into the narration if you are successful. Same thing with your moment. The different thing with the moment, though, is if you choose to live your moment, you can do so anytime and make a conflict roll. On a success, you gain a hope die. Failure ends the scene as normal, but if you have a hope die, that stays with you for the rest of the game for the most part. And it succeeds on a 5 or a 6. So if you roll 2 sixes and your hope die is a 5, that's 3 successes. And it's not lost, even if it comes up as a 1. you get to keep it with you. But you'll burn your moment when you do that. And then the only time you lose your hope dice is when you embrace your brink. You can embrace your brink to reroll all dice. You bring your brink into conflict narration in some significant way, which means however you embrace your brink should come up in the narration, whatever your brink is. And you keep your brink if you succeed. But if you fail, immediately darken a candle, and you lose your hope die if you have one already. And the interesting thing is the person to the left of each player, or I guess to the right, went past to the left, knows the player's brink, which means they know the character's brink, which means that Josephine knows Bjorn's brink. Is that how left and right work? Yep, that's how that works. So whatever Bjorn's brink is, Josephine in character knows that about Bjorn. Same thing with Bjorn. I actually wrote a brink for them, which I'll get to in a second, which is me. I wrote one for Reginald. Reginald wrote one for Brother Thomas, and Brother Thomas wrote one for Josephine. So everyone knows each other enough to know how bad things can get for them. And then between each scene, we establish truths. So that means when the scene ends, we go into a circle, and however many candles are left, each one of us will establish a small truth about the world until the last one. So if we have 9, after 8, we'll all say together at the end the very last truth, which is, and we are all alive. Let's do this one together so we can practice for later. All right, everybody, we're on the last truth, and we are all alive. Listen, this is going to go splendid. We're killing it already.
And we are alive.
And we are alive. So, players, do we have any questions about what's going on?
I don't have any at the moment.
Okay. I've read this like 4 times, but I'm sure I'm going to forget as we go. So don't forget, when you use your traits, you reroll all dice that land on 1s. You don't get to reroll all of them, but on brink, you get to reroll all of them. Okay. Traits go away after you use them once. Brink you keep until you fail. Moment, if you succeed, you keep your hope dice. Right. The basic premise of 10 Candles, and then I'll give the story and we'll get going, is I'll just scroll to the back page of the module here. 10 days ago, the sky betrayed you. Let me start at the beginning. These things are true. The world is dark and we are alive. 10 days ago, the sky betrayed you. The world went dark, the sun vanished, and you were alone. 5 days ago, they came. All right. So, getting into the story here. And if we need a pause and ask mechanics anytime, let me know. The year is 1348. And the seaside town of Melcombe Regis has become little more than an above-ground crypt. The pestilence arrived on the ships with the soldiers, home from the wars in France. At the beginning of the malady, swellings on the groin or under the armpits would form. These plague boils would seep blood and pus and be accompanied by fever, chills, vomiting, diarrhea, terrible aches and pains, and then shortly after, death. The physicians did what they could, bloodletting, sweating, lancing of boils. Some of the afflicted bathed in vinegar or rosewater, but nothing seemed to slow the spread, much less stop it. As the death toll rose, the physicians either refused to see patients or fled the town altogether. Priests even began to refuse to administer last rites. Eventually, the night arrived when the church closed its doors, refusing entry to any and all. And when morning came, the sun did not. Nor did it rise the next day, or the next, as if God himself had shut his eyes and turned away from his children. That was 10 days ago. In the darkness, the residents of the town attempted to maintain some semblance of humanity towards one another. That is, until they came. It began with heavy footsteps in the darkness, outside the houses, just beyond the reach of any light. Then scratching and thumping and rattling at darkened doors as lamp oil and firewood ran out. Then the screaming, so much screaming. And when enough courage was mustered to investigate, what was found were houses devoid of life, but filled with blood and gore that brought more vomiting than the plague itself. The screams continued, and no one dared seek the source. That was 5 days ago. The stench of vomit and piss and shit and rot is nearly overwhelming, blanketing the town like a mist. Most of the residents are dead, by plague or by them, or they have fled into the darkness. Many that fled were seeking London, a little more than 2 days' journey northeast. A few of you have barricaded yourselves into one sturdy structure, but your food is nearly gone, as is any fuel you have to maintain the light that seems to keep them at bay. Whether you want to or not, it's time to move. So, change the music a little bit here. All of you are in Malcolm Regis' small house, barricaded against the darkness. Josephine, Bjorn, Brother Thomas, Reginald. The church has closed its doors. You know that it is only but a street away. You can't see it, but you know it's there. The darkness is all around you. In the room with you, in this small structure, there's a body propped in the corner, unmoving, dead for at least a day. Who is that, Reginald?
It's my lord.
Okay, so the Lord of Reginald, dead body in the corner of the room with you. You know, your firewood is almost out. Your lamp oil is almost out. Your food is almost out. What are we doing?
Do we know, did Reginald tell us about this body?
So Reginald, how long have each of you been in this house, and whose house is it?
I guess I would assume that we kind of banded together somehow on the road and ended up in just an abandoned house, I guess. But I guess Reginald...
Isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Lord part, though.
Is anyone local to Malcolm Regis? I don't think our Franciscan monk is. Josephine, this might be an area that you've passed through to your much larger royal or noble home. Bjorn, this isn't your town. And Reginald, clearly, this is not yours. Did you retire here?
We fled here after the fort fell.
So, you all banded together at some time when they came. You were in this town for whatever reason. When you met Reginald and his lord, the lord was already on death's door. And when you all got into this house, it was not long before he expired.
No, why?
Investigate the body. Tell me why. Reginald, what was wrong with your master when he came to the door?
When he came to the door,
When you guys got to this house?
he was kind of eaten. He had a chunk taken out of him. We presume by them, but we aren't entirely sure. He's been in shock since and hasn't been able to entirely talk to us.
And then he passed. So, you all know, this lord died in the corner. And once again, your food is nearly gone. Your fuel is gone. They are still rattling at the doors when the lights get low. And you need to move.
So I'm kind of backing away in the corner as far away from this dead body as I can, and I have my hands over my eyes. Is it gone yet? I'm afraid. Sir Reginald, will you please get it out of here? And I can't really keep myself together because I'm a little coward.
And
I'm afraid he's not going anywhere, my boy.
Can't you put him outside? Please.
That's no proper way to get rid of my lord's body. He deserves a burial.
But Brother Thomas, can you say a prayer for him or something? Something to I worry he's infected of something.
Of course I will say a prayer for him. Child, you do not have to tell me how to do my job. And Brother Thomas will walk to the corner of the room where this lord lies. Does he have his eyes open, or?
You tell me.
Well, perhaps they are half open. So I will close them, gently of course, and say a few words in Latin. That I will not recite now, because I don't have that document open. And, yes, let him pass to the other side, into heaven, hopefully. There, boy. He is with God now.
So you chased away all the demons then?
Well, not quite, no.
Oh, them bite marks are so black and gooey.
Yes.
Perhaps we burn him. He could turn into one of them. I'm not quite sure how this works, but if he's been bitten, and we need light and warmth, and we're planning on leaving this place anyway.
Yes, we can extract his fat and make tallow from it.
Oh, stop it. You're gonna give me nightmares.
Reginald's going to draw his dagger. You will not touch my lord in a way. Such ways would be blasphemy. He deserves a burial.
Yes, well, do we know what time it is?
Does it matter? It's been dark for 10 days.
Well, that's true.
Real quick,
Well,
as we continue, I forgot to talk about your stacks, because this will come up in a moment. So, if you have them all laid out in front of you, your traits, your moments, and your brink, make sure your brink is face down at the bottom. And if you're just writing it down, it goes at the bottom. And above that, you need to put your traits and your moment in any order you want. But know that the only time you can activate your trait, you can always act out your trait narratively. But the only time that you can use it to reroll dice is if it is the active trait, which is the one on top. So, Bjorn, what's your stack look like?
My vice is at the top, which is cowardice. And then below that is my virtue, which is selfless. And then my moment, and then my brink's at the bottom.
Okay, Josephine.
Yeah, same. Vice, virtue, moment, brink.
And then Reginald.
Virtue, vice, moment, and then brink.
Ooh, we gotta get a lot of moments in the mid to late scenes. And Brother Thomas.
Vice, moment, virtue.
A little switch up there. Okay. So don't forget your virtues, your vices, your traits. We're in this room. The body. Continue.
I would like to examine the body in a respectful way as to make sure that Sir Reginald doesn't stab me. What do I find? Oh God, what do I find?
So, what do you find? Each of you, I'll tell you what's on Reginald, but what do each of you have on you? The only inventory that you get is what's in your pockets and what you can grab on the way out the door. So, if you have something in your pockets that can help, if not, small daggers, piece of twine, any of that, that is what you have on you. On the Lord, there's not much. It seems like anything of value was taken. How closely do you investigate the body?
Well, not so close as to disrespect the man. I mean, I leave his clothes on, stuff like that.
So you leave his clothes on. You see the blood pouring from what appears to be some type of wound underneath his baggy clothes. It's coming out from, his right side, kind of the flank out the back. It's his blood that's all the way down the top of his pants, but leaving his clothes on and everything, you just see what appears to be like a bloody wound there, and that's it. But if Reginald allows you to go through his pockets, there's not much. A few spare coins. There's a larger dagger on the man's belt, and that's about it. When Reginald and the Lord came to the house, apparently after this attack, they didn't have much on them except their weapons and their clothing, and that was about it.
And what of this wound? Could I, for example, tell that it is different or similar to a dog's bite?
So do you want to? So it's English. It's England. It's pretty cold. Peasants generally layer, well, not peasants, he was a lord, but a lot of clothes on. So in order to really get to the wound, you're going to really need to strip down his clothes.
Sir Reginald, would it be awfully disrespectful if I had a look at your lord's wounds here?
I don't know what looking at his wounds will do. He's been dead for a day already. Unless
Yes,
you plan on bringing him back or asking your god to bring him back, I don't know what we could do by looking at his wounds.
No.
Sounds to me like you're just trying to get some extra layers of clothing.
No, I wish to learn more of these, of whatever attacked him.
Look at the bite wound upon his face. It should suffice. Leave the rest of his body alone.
Right. Well, that is what I'll do then.
All right.
Are there any?
There's not much you can tell. Oh, sorry. Besides the bloody, leakage from this wound, there's not much you can tell other than that. And then what you found on the thing, Bjorn?
Are there any windows in this room? Are they boarded up or in this house?
You guys long ago boarded everything up as much as you could. There's even very little wood left. Most of what's in the room has either been burnt or used to board things up. It is a small but sturdy structure, maybe 2 rooms, if that. And as I said, your fuel is running low, and you know that these things stay out of the circle of light. So when people were attacked, and when you guys investigated previously, or when it was investigated and passed around, you know that it was generally when a house's fuel ran out, or a torch, or a fireplace, whatever, went out for whatever reason, that's when the screams would begin. So if you lose the light, they will come.
Reginald, I love a lord as much as the next, but we could really use some Lord Tallow, if you know what I mean.
We could use the floorboards before we could cut open a dead body. Plus, we don't know if that could spread any type of infection.
Wait. I have something here. And Bjorn, he reaches into his makeshift pocket, and he pulls out he pulls out a little nub of a candle that he has on him. Could this lead the way? We need to get out of this foul place.
Yeah, so he has a nub of a candle. Yeah. What else? Let's inventory and let's move. And don't forget, we're all narrating this story together. When there's a real conflict, we'll do a conflict roll. And I'll get to those as we go. But what's in the house? What do you have on you? What's left as far as fuel? Maybe a couple broken pieces of chair. The very small fire in the corner that's barely illuminating your room. Small candle in Bjorn's hand. If anyone has anything else.
Yeah. The only thing I have is that nub of a candle, and I also have a bit of, I guess, charcoal, because my mom always made it. My mom always made it. It was very important to her that I learn my letters, and so and I forgot to mention too, part of Bjorn, his right side of his body is severely scarred from burns, and so his right hand is kind of mangled a little bit, and so that's why his mom always, she knows the importance of the written word as well as to keep the strength of his hand and the dexterity of his hand up. So that's all he has: candle nub and a little piece of charcoal.
Okay, so that's what you guys have. It's a couple pieces of wood, some embers burning in your fire, small flame, piece of charcoal, a nub of candle. Anything else?
Well, I was hoping to find some things in the house. Perhaps table legs or some sort of poles that we can fashion into spears.
So there's no poles in the house for spears. You have, I'll say, one table leg for right now is left with maybe a couple small broken pieces unless you start tearing the house apart. So we'll say enough that you could, with some spare cloth, fashion a torch with the table leg that you got left. There's also a couple pieces of paper, a parchment, but you have all decided to leave a message for whoever may come through the town next. So the little piece of charcoal that Bjorn has, everyone takes a parchment, everyone writes a small message down. Those are bundled together, rolled up, and left on... It's just the floor of the room, because if you have a table, it's been broken apart for firewood. And you guys have decided to move, to leave with this last torch that you have in this small room. So what are you doing? You are a 2 days journey. You are southeast or southwest. London is northeast. You have this small town. It's a seaside town. You have the church, a street over, and you have the road leading out of town.
How close is the ocean? I mean, can we hear waves crashing and stuff like that? That close?
You can smell the salt. Yeah, okay. You can smell the salt. Where you are, a little bit farther inland, I mean, you could walk there in just a couple of minutes tops. So the ocean is to the south. There may be 3 or 4 quote unquote blocks. I know things aren't broken into things that way back then, but about that distance, and then kind of in the center-ish of town is the church. There's a couple more on the way out, and the road kind of goes from the port past the church into the towns, but the main road then goes from the church out of town.
And I have a locket and then a little dagger and a flint. Or is that too handy?
Let's say you don't have the flint, and let's say if you guys want to go for more than what you currently have, you'll need to find it somewhere else and possibly roll for it. But in the house you currently have locket, dagger, small candle, charcoal, Brother Thomas investigated. He's got a torch made from a table leg and some spare scraps. Reginald, I don't know who took the dagger off of the Lord's belt, but Reginald, what do you have on you? Anything that just fits in your pockets?
So I have a small dagger and 2 silver pieces.
There you go. And you guys have decided to move. Leave that house.
And I will take the dagger. Not to use it, obviously. It's a weapon. I would never. We can't just leave it.
Yeah, Bjorn, I can't handle it anymore. This dead body in the corner, the stillness, and I kind of rush over to, I guess, the door that has been. Did we lock it? Did we barricade it? I guess.
Oh, it was barricaded. So it was. Okay. Yeah.
So even though
that. Yeah, okay. Whether there's something at the window or not, the things don't ever come into the light. You've seen amorphous shapes moving, kind of right on the edge, but you've never got a good look at size, shape, anything as far as the creatures go. But you know that as long as you're in a ring of light, you're okay. So Bjorn runs over to the door.
Can we hear
right
them
on the
outside?
Edge? Do you currently hear them outside? You don't, but you have heard them. Heavy footsteps, dragging, scraping, scratching along the walls. You've heard them scratching at the walls, not yours where the light is, but out in the dark. You've heard scraping, tearing, thumping at the other houses in the town. So Bjorn, you run to the door. It wouldn't be hard to throw the latch.
Yeah, I'm going to throw the latch and crack it open.
Okay. You see darkness. The only light that you have right now is, I assume, is wrapped up in some cloth and strapped to the end of a table leg for a torch that Brother Thomas has with him.
Brother
Yes,
Thomas,
I will shove this makeshift torch into the fireplace. Oof. Now there's a bright fire.
Torch in hand, Bjorn runs to the door. Where are you going? What is your destination?
Oh, I have the torch.
I think Brother Thomas has it, but you're at the door.
Oh.
And don't forget, this is like a group narrative.
Yeah.
You can talk through plans. You can talk through what you want to do. When it's your narrative control, when you roll a conflict roll, it's not just a sentence or two. You can, let's say, for example, you go to the house next door, we'll roll a conflict roll, and then you'll basically be able to narrate what happens. It's not D&D. We're telling a group story together. So if you choose to start telling story, tell story until I get to a point where I'm like, okay, let's actually turn that into a conflict roll. So it's something that does more. But right now we're just finding out what's in each other's pockets and getting out of the house. Bjorn has already cracked open the door. Brother Thomas has a torch. And where are you going?
So, to step out of character, I would say that we would need like horses, maybe, if there still are horses. So we should check stables and food, because it's a 48-hour walk. We're not gonna make it 48 hours in one go.
Right. So, you know that the stables are actually near the church. A lot of the bigger buildings in the town are in the center of town. So it might be a good idea, that it might be a good idea for everything that you're currently looking for to kind of head at least towards the center of town, and see what's left. Outside of the windows around your house, you guys haven't left the house in at least enough time to know that has been no more screaming for a little while. We'll say that.
So I'm holding on to Brother Thomas's robe as he, I guess, peers out into the night.
Yes.
I've never ridden a horse before. Will you be able to show me?
Hopefully not. Hopefully we'll find a cart.
I've never ridden in
But you
one
have
of
to
those.
think we have a woman here, a lady.
I know how to ride a horse.
Yes. So she will take one of the horses. See? If we find more than one, I do not know. And if everything else fails, we will eat the horse. Now, I peer out into the darkness, say a prayer, and, well, I'll throw the door open.
Okay.
Follow me to the center of the town, please.
All right.
Stay close.
I don't let
So
go
you
of his
guys-
robe.
All right.
How do
So,
we-
what's up, Josephine?
I was just
No,
going to
no.
say, how do we know there's going to be enough light?
You don't. So let's find out. So,
Before everyone leaves, Reginald, as everyone's gathering towards the door, Reginald's gonna go ahead and drag his lord's body just into the fireplace. And the first things that kind of go alit are like the fur that he had around him and his hair, and the flesh on his body is gonna start to melt away, and the stench is just gonna become so overbearing that we have to leave the house.
yeah. So as they're walking out the door, when you guys begin to walk away from the house, led by Brother Thomas, Reginald jogs out behind you, just at the edge of the light. And after a few short steps, the house is getting brighter and brighter. And then you start to hear this crackling. And as you continue towards the church, suddenly everything is lit up around you as the house begins to burn. So as the house is burning, Brother Thomas, you are making your way to the middle of town, leading all of these people here. So what I would like from you is a conflict roll. And again, how this is going to work and what we're going to do is, so the area between decisions and stuff, you guys can choose to be in or out of character. But when you get to a narrative moment like this is when one of you becomes the active player, and that is going to be Brother Thomas because you're leading. So you need to roll 10d6, right? And this is what you're rolling for and what you can basically get to. You're going to be going to the church, as far as I know. And you can, kind of the scope of what a turn looks like is tell me when you get to the church, what's happening at the church, what's going on inside the church, like from like a third person view, like who's in the church, that kind of things like that. The narrative scene for this next thing you're going to do, and then kind of say what's there, what's happening, who the players are, if there's anything different, anything like that. You can go, if you're writing it, like 2 paragraphs, like give us a decent narration. So I want you to roll 10d6 for me, please.
I think. Did roll a. What was that?
You rolled a 1d6 plus 10.
Yeah, I did.
So you can just hit the squared 10 times and then hit roll, and it'll roll 10.
Oh, that's a D6.
Yeah.
So you rolled 1 6 and 2 1s. So when we reference the conflicts, right? Roll dice equal to the number of lit candles. If any dice land on a 6, the conflict is successful. Any dice that come up as a 1 are removed. The group as a whole now has 8 dice for the rest of the scene. You were successful though. I don't have any dice. So that means you get narrative rights. You get narrative control of this next batch of the story. So you, however you want to describe what you see when you get to the church, what's happening, who's in there, what's going on, all of it. Go for it.
So we stick to the middle of the road, obviously, and we approach the church. We can see light coming from inside, from between the barred windows. And obviously, being a monk, I walk up to the church doors and pound on them. That's right. And I hear a voice from inside, who I believe is the priest. A very scared little man who opens the door for us because he's afraid of God's wrath. And well, I'm just going to keep going. I think that he has he's got a lantern for us, which we will need. But yeah, I mean, he's scared and of not much use. I think he's mostly just praying. We leave him to his own devices. He's just praying in a corner.
Gotcha. So he peeks through the window. He sees all of you at the door. He sees that you are not them. He sees the light. Without really even looking at you, he opens the door, mumbling beneath his breath. You can tell that it is some type of prayer in Latin. As soon as he opens the door for you and closes the door behind you, he goes back to kneeling and praying, and that is it. You're saying that there is how many candles in there? You can decide what you find in this church.
Well,
it's not like a Volkswagen and 10 days worth of fuel. You know what I mean? Like within reason of the good narration of the story.
I think a lantern would be good instead of just a torch. And a couple more candles, I think. But yeah, unless we sort of ransack the church, I don't think that we'll find that much stuff. We can take Bibles to burn if we want, perhaps. That would be absolutely awful. But
you choose to burn Bibles. You know that there is the way the church is laid out. It's very churchy. Pews in the front. There's an altar. Listen, I did not go to church where you kneeled and stuff. So if this is that kind of church in England, I don't know if we were in Protestant times or Catholic times or whatever. I assume maybe Catholic of 1348. I don't know when King James came through and made his Bible, but I assume he's kneeling down on something, and there are like a row of candles in the front. Most are burnt out. If you investigate that whole area, you find, like, let's say 4 kind of half-burned candles, and when you lift up underneath, you find what appears to be a wooden box that's got 3 kind of like large taper candles fully unlit inside of it. So you have 4 partial candles, 3 fully lit candles. The rest are just melted wax all over this structure in the front. It looks like he had found every other candle possible and has just been burning them and burning them and burning them for days to keep this entire place lit. It almost looks like the entire thing is just coated in a layer of wax that's already dripped down into puddles on the floor. Christ on the cross above you, the light not quite reaching, so his face is in darkness, peering down at you. When you investigate the rest of the place, you find what appears to be his quarters. He doesn't even get up to try to stop you or find you. You find maybe a day's worth of food each, some old bread, nuts. That's about it. Maybe some, again, religion. Some church wafers, like the Eucharist. And a half a bottle of wine. That is what you find in here. Sure. Oh yeah. You could find a little sack bag. And if you want to throw in Bibles, there's I was going to say there's plenty, but again, this is 1348. So yeah, there's one giant one and one or two smaller ones.
Well, we'll leave the big one. That's
Okay.
obviously expensive and handwritten, probably. So we'll take the smaller ones. Of course, I have a Bible with me already. But yeah, we'll take those.
Okay. So as Thomas is doing most of this, he is a monk. He feels at home, kind of in this religious space. The rest of you, are you just standing watching? Is anyone going to do something?
Yeah.
Conflicting? Bjorn, what's up?
Well, so you said there's like crucified like Christ on the wall somewhere?
Yeah, like above where he's kneeling, in
Okay.
front of him, there's like a table. I imagine it is like a almost like a riser, and like stacks of candles. But again, they're almost all burnt, and it's almost all just wax now. And Christ, a crucifix, a giant crucifix up on the wall. The light of the candles not quite reaching to his face, so you only see
so
the
it's
body
all
of
black.
Christ.
Okay.
It's black, the ceiling. So there's all that's left is these couple of candles that are burning. And did you say that you found a lantern?
Yes.
A lantern, 4 half candles, the unlit candles, the Bibles in the bag, but the candlelight is really all that's left because the torch wasn't lit, or the lantern wasn't lit.
So Bjorn goes up to Brother Thomas, and he's kind of transfixed by this crucified, Jesus with the black face. And he kind of tugs on his robe. Brother Thomas.
Yes. Yes.
I don't like that I can't see his face. We know what happens when we find ourselves in the darkness. Should we go?
You
put
do
light
not need
upon
to
it?
see his face, boy. He is watching you. That is all that matters.
How can he see me in the darkness?
Because he is Jesus. Christus. He can do a lot more than you and I.
So he can.
Have no fear.
He's going to help us get out of this then. Get to London.
Yes. Yes. Of course, his father, our Lord Father, will lead the way.
So Bjorn seems pretty satisfied, and he kind of perks up a little bit after talking to Brother Thomas about this.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything in the church, or are you leading the church?
I'm going to grab a Bible too, because I'm kind of inspired. So after I get this little speech from Brother Thomas, I pick up one of these spare Bibles. Unless they're massive. I don't know how big these Bibles would be.
There's one massive one and two mobile ones.
Okay. Did Brother Thomas, did he take both of them? Or all 3 of them?
No, child. You see, the big one is an illustration of an 11th century illustration. We cannot take this with us. It needs to be here. But we are taking the 2 small ones.
Of course, you know best. You know best.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ Almighty. But of course you can carry one of the small ones.
Oh, thank you.
Doesn't mind.
Okay.
And
Again, this priest hasn't even attempted to speak with you. The last thing that I will say, you found all of these things, and he hasn't stopped you, didn't even stop you from taking the candles at the bottom, but the last is these 4 lit candles, these half-lit candles that are on the structure in the front. If you go to try to take those, I would need a conflict roll. Because it is the only light that is left in this church for this priest.
Do we got to dim 2 candles too?
No. So the scene, the candles darken when a scene ends or when something bad happens. So he succeeded on his roll, but lost 2 dice in the
We
process.
lose 2
so
dice,
you
so we
would get
only have 8 now.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So you have 8 for the rest of the scene. Yeah.
Okay.
So
the Lord guides me now.
like I said, so are you going to try to take the candles?
Yes.
Okay, so roll me a conflict roll. So you have 8 d10s or 8 d6s.
Well, no successes, but no failure, no ones.
No ones, but that doesn't matter because it's a failed roll.
Yes.
So this goes to the end of our first scene, and I have the narration. So let me remember how to do this again. We'll go with this one first. So as you go to reach for these candles, you've already taken everything this person had. Did that light actually go out? Supposedly.
I don't see. I can't tell.
Yeah, there it went.
Okay.
He grabs your wrist and he screams in Latin, scream at you. It's this prayer that he was saying is now reverberating through the entire church. He grabs your wrist and with an almost unholy strength, he hauls you, never pausing in his speech, and hurls you out the front to the door. Bjorn, you chase after. You seem to have grown an attachment to Brother Bjorn.
Thomas.
The priest comes racing back into the room as if to grab you, Josephine. Shrug him off. Stalk out the front door after Brother Thomas. Reginald kind of slink after. And the doors are closed behind you. And that is the end of our first scene, and that is a candle darkened.
So when Matt's rolled the ones, he could have used his trait, right? To like re-roll those and then work that into the narrative.
So he could have if he had needed to.
Okay.
Since he did roll a 6, he succeeded and he got the narrative. So even though he succeeded, right? Even on a success, you can burn a trait. So say, like I said, it's early in the scene, you roll 1 6 and like 8 ones. You can re-roll all ones when you burn a trait. And then your trait is burned, but say then you roll, a bunch of 2s and 3s, you didn't lose any ones.
Right.
You can continue the scene without losing any ones. So what you want is to always get at least a 6, and eventually you're going to want more 6s than me. Because even on your successes, I will be able to kind of narrate what happens. So, again, you don't have to do a whole paragraph. We can also be doing more conflict rolls. So, like, say you go to the room, that could be a conflict roll, things like that. So the more conflict rolls that happen, the more things are going to happen. But, like, when you narrate, you can narrate kind of everything that you're trying to do or wanting to do. In the story. So but for now we're going to move to a different part of the story. Does anyone have any other questions about like kind of how that went? Because that is scene 1. We have 1 candle darkened.
No, sounds good to me.
All right. So, we will now all speak our truths. So we are going to go around in a circle and establish truths about the world. So these things are true. The world is dark. So you're going to establish a number of truths equal to the number of lit candles. So there's 9 candles left. And it starts with the player who rolled last. So starting with Brother Thomas, you're going to establish a truth about the world. Depending on, again, we are telling a narrative story together. You all die. So you're just trying to tell the best story. So an example of a truth could be you walk outside and half the town is on fire. That is a truth that is established in the world. You can say you walk outside and suddenly there's 3 horses there. if you want to. You are establishing a truth that exists in the world. It's something that shouldn't necessarily be world altering, but it is establishing the truth and getting us to the next scene. It is one irrefutable fact pertaining to just one change in the story. So we are going to go around in a circle, starting with Thomas. And there's 9 candles, but again, the last one, the last truth, we all speak together is, and we are alive. I think I get to say one too. Yeah, I get to say establish a truth as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So once it gets to Jason twice, after that, we are all alive. So Brother Thomas, what is one narrative irrefutable fact?
There is a cart in the stables.
Okay. Josephine. I'm sorry, you can also build on other people's truths as you go. If it ends up being like kind of like a group narrative, you can be like, and there is a horse, like things like that if you want to.
And there are 2 horses.
Okay.
And the
Bjorn.
stable is on fire.
Oh, fuck.
See, that's how you play the game. Don't forget, you can't win. You tell the best story. That's 3. It's me.
Yep.
In fact, half the town is on fire. Reginald.
Through the darkness, we can hear thunder getting louder.
Okay. Brother Thomas.
I was gonna say almost the exact same thing. For some reason, the horses are tied to the cart already.
Okay. Josephine.
There are 2 candles on the cart.
Lit, or just they happen to just be like tucked away?
Like, on either side, I guess.
Okay. Bjorn.
We hear screaming coming from the direction of the dark forest.
Interesting. So there's a forest around.
Right, there is.
This
That's one of
town.
the locations. Yeah.
Well, there's a dark woods.
Dark woods. Okay.
In the world map, because of course what I did was like 4 days of research to figure out exactly what town we're in. There is a dark woods halfway to London.
Oh.
Like the dark woods, but there's a lot of forest in 1348 England. So from the forest you hear screaming. We'll get to that in a second, but also know that since half the town is on fire, it is very bright. There is light everywhere for you guys. So to reestablish our truths, you make your way to the cart. The stables that are on fire have a cart in it. There's 2 horses that happen to be strapped to it already with 2 candles on it. Possibly the priest was getting ready to leave town. That's what it sounds like to me. You hear an ominous thundering in the distance, and you now hear screaming coming from the trees surrounding the town. And our final truth, we say together, is... And we
are
all right. Let's get our tone now. We're gonna go, and we are all alive. That's our cadence, okay, everybody? On 3, 1, 2, 3, and we
are all
We're
changing it.
alive. But no one's saying it. This is half the game.
Well,
we do this 10 more times.
I was trying to follow you, and you kept slowing down.
All right. And we are all alive. Here we go. And let's say it together over and over again. And we are all alive.
God damn it. You're doing this on purpose.
Alive. I'm not. I don't understand how this is hard. All right. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, and then I'm going to say it exactly like this. And we are all alive.
And technically, it's just together, we are alive. But
is that what it is?
Yeah.
And
there's no real all, I think. Not to complicate.
Are alive. There we go. 4 words, guys. We can do this. Ready? 1, 2, 3. And we are alive.
I think I matched.
Jess, you're not even trying. You're not even trying.
No, it's just like you say it a little different every time.
Oh, I don't.
Yes, you do.
All right. All right. Okay, Jess is going to lead us this time, and then we're moving on. All right? You count us
Okay,
down
on
and
the
say
count of 3, we say, and we are alive.
That
Okay.
quick?
3, and we
And we
are
are
alive.
Then we
alive.
are
Alive.
alive.
And
Boom. There we go.
Perfect.
Jess is leading it from now on. So, moving to the next scene.
Killed it.
We did. We nailed it. Candle is not lit. All conflict rolls. I get to roll 1d6 now for narrative control. You guys made your way onto the cart. You're fleeing town as it burns behind you. You hear this ominous thunder. You hear screaming to the left in the trees as you're racing down the road. Somehow you had corralled the horses and got them out of the burning stable. You're on the road to London. Who is driving the cart?
I am.
Okay, Reginald, makes sense. You're a knight. You've done horse before. Proactive, guys. Let's tell a proactive good story together. Jump in, take narration. Reginald, who's in the front seat with Reginald?
Not me. I'm going to be sitting in the back of the cart for sure.
Makes sense. Brother Thomas.
It
So
would be
in the
me.
back of the cart, we have Josephine and Bjorn. Are you guys opposite? Are you together? Bjorn, are you tagging
I'm
on to another
probably,
adult?
yeah, I'm probably like as close to Josephine as I can.
Josephine, our lady. This
Mhm.
10-year-old boy is trying to cling to your skirts in the back of the cart. You and your tactless self. What? How are you responding to that? Are you holding him as the cart is kind of bouncing down the road?
Yeah. I mean, I'm doing my best to not
Gotcha.
be.
I mean, you're 27. You're like an old maid at this point, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I should have like a bunch of kids of my own, but I don't.
Cool.
Haven't.
So horses, not racing, but quickly leaving town. 2 horses. You found 2 candles wrapped up in the front seat. Add that to the rest of the inventory. Please keep track of that because I'm not doing it. You did not get those 4 half candles from the church. That's when the priests kick you out. So you have the unlit candles from the bottom plus the candles that are in your hands. You got the lamp, a couple of Bibles, the torch, still burning.
You said there was rations too, right? One
You
ration.
each have like a day of food,
Okay.
basically. Not as if days matter in the darkness. And you're fleeing the town, and you hear screaming to the west. Reginald, you're driving. Do you stop?
No, we actually pick up speed.
Okay.
Should we have the
As
lantern
you-
like, hanging on the cart?
You can. I mean, so you're fleeing the town right now, so you might get to a point where you're hanging it on the cart. That would make sense. Right now, it seems like it's just Brother Thomas holding the torch above, keeping a halo of light around the cart itself. Reginald, you're driving away from the town, ignoring these screams. Roll me a conflict roll.
And that would be 9 d6.
Yeah, 96, and I'll roll 1. You want to get 6s and 1, and then what you're going to take narrative control for is leaving the town, how it goes, what you do, the distances you go. Ooh.
Ooh.
Well, it doesn't matter how many I roll. So you got a success. So you're successfully. So you're going to narrate, and again, as short or long of narration as you want. You're leaving the town, as I said. The scene is setting, or that is the scene set. You're all where you are in the carts, but you have 4 ones gone. So you guys are down to, how does math work? 5 d6s for the rest of the scene. See what happens. So screaming to your left. What do you do?
So as we're passing this patch of darkened trees to our left, we hear screaming. It sounds like multiple screams, maybe a group of people. And then it's just silence. And then distant thunder kind of comes rumbling through. And then the screams pick up again. But they're further behind us now. And I'm gonna look over at Brother Thomas. And,
Why don't you pass me that bottle of wine there?
Oh no, we must keep a good ration. Cannot just drink it when we want to.
Well, seeing as we may not have more than a day left, I'm gonna go ahead and drink it when I want to.
I'm gonna go ahead and take the bottle out of his hand and just take a swig from it and kind of shove it back to him. And as we're going down the road, it's gonna start getting bumpier, and I'm gonna start slowing down.
I don't know what's going on ahead with this road, and this cart are not going to mix well if it keeps on like this.
Well, we must still keep going. See,
All right, we're gonna continue going at a slower pace, though.
Yes.
Okay. To ignore the screams behind you. One thing, again, I'm rereading these rules as we go. There is a way that you can seize narration. So say that you fail a roll, the narration goes to me. You can still seize narration, but you darken an additional candle in order to do so anytime you want. Or if you succeed and I roll an equal to or higher number of sixes, you can say, I choose to seize the narration anyway, but you would darken an additional candle as well. So you can succeed, still darken a candle in the scene if you want to seize the narration from me, if you would like to. There's also dire consequences that can be had from some rolls, and I'll let you know if those consequences are dire. So you're going down the road. Leave the screams behind you. Josephine had a suggestion that at some point you would take the lantern and attach it to the cart. Seems to be a pole that can be kind of slotted in, and the lantern is actually now, if you would like to light that, kind of hanging from the cart. So this halo of light is kind of rocking around you as you're going down the road on the way to London. So it's hours that pass as you're in the cart and making your way forward. You enter an area that is not the dark woods, quote unquote, but it is just mostly a forested area with this kind of like rut worn road. The wheels of this cart just kind of like banging inside of this. After a couple of hours, is there anything that besides just sitting there anyone needs to do or would like to do or discuss in the cart as you go?
Yeah, so as Bjorn's sitting there kind of huddled up against Josephine, Miss Josephine, what do you think all that screaming was about?
Honestly, it was probably them attacking the people left in that town.
They like forests. I've heard them in the forest.
Yes, it's very dark in the forest.
Are we there yet? That's all right.
No.
Brother Thomas turns around. Did you say that you have heard them in the forest before?
Bjorn,
Yes.
Stop texting.
the
Sorry.
priest is talking to
My
you.
daughter is bugging me to pick her up.
10-year-old boy's daughter.
Yes, I've heard them chanting, saying all kinds of weird things. Like you monks do from time to time, but different.
Wait. You are saying that you have heard them chanting?
Yes, I have. When I lost my mother, when she was taken, I got lost in a forest for a very long time. And I heard them. It was almost like they were singing. They were singing things together. You know, like at church time. but it was...
Did you recognize any of the words?
No. It didn't make me feel good inside. Made me feel really sick.
Probably French. Right.
So as you're driving along, you get to a point where you know, I mean, you've been around England, you've been around this area long enough. You can go kind of more of a along the coast route, or you can go more of an inland route. And the road kind of decides to take that split. So if you stay to the right side of the road, you'll be more of an inland or more of a seaside kind of for the most part. And if you go inland, you'll be more inland. You know, you can either on the way, you're either heading towards Southampton or Salisbury. Southampton is more seaside, Salisbury is more inland. Reginald, you are driving. Which direction do you go, or all of you?
I'd love to
We
say
might be able to get a boat.
Yeah.
Row the rest of the way to London. Might be safer.
I like that idea.
Um,
I've never seen them in the water.
I will say, just from a geographical standpoint, in the way London works, you guys are, let's say, here, and London is here. But in order to really get to it by water, you need to go all the way around here. So the inward way to London from the water would be in from the west, and you guys are down. So you would need to go basically halfway around the south of England and come up on the other side of London. But you can if you want.
And there's no rivers or anything that we know of?
I mean, there's England, there's rivers like crazy, but as far as like getting to a port town that has a boat and then actually getting into London from any waterway that Google Maps shows me, the closest way would be going all the way around, because I see no real blue down here, in any way that would make sense.
It would take too long, Sir Reginald.
All
We have
right.
to pass through the Strait of Dover and then to Deal, Ramsgate, Margate. According to Google Maps. Yes, it would take several days. We do not have that kind of provisions. Now, if we were to take a vote, of course, the women and the child doesn't get one. We would
Bringing
we
it
would,
way back. Nice.
we would head straight for London, so going inland. And take the left.
Fine, we'll take the left, but you can drive. I've been up way too long, and that wine is finally hitting me.
I'm gonna go ahead and shove the reins into his hands and kind of just tilt my head back and stare at where the stars used to be.
Right. And I will turn the horses to the left. Inland.
So you're heading towards Salisbury. It's the direction that I'm saying, because that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so
So just a little bit inland, basically. You're just not going to hug the coast. So it's more of a, it's not necessarily more of a straight shot. It's just a different direction. You can either go up and in, or you can go kind of like down and in. But London, if London's here, you're basically kind of going one of these two routes, kind of the same distance. So you're going along, and you find yourselves coming to, on the way to Salisbury, which you know is, let's call it roughly halfway to London, maybe a little bit less. You roll into what appears to be another small town. And as the town is approaching, yeah.
Yes, we should stop. We should look for things that we might need on our journey.
Okay, so roll me a conflict roll. You're driving.
Oh, yes. 5, right?
So 96?
You have 5 now because you had previously rolled 4 1s. So you have 5d6 now.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. It goes down.
Against my 1. And if I get equal to or...
Oh, we got a success.
1 success and no 1s. That's good. So, you're rolling into the town. As you first roll into the town, what do you see?
We see the stables, obviously. We see a graveyard. We see a church. We see a tavern.
Do you see any people?
No, not out on the streets.
Okay. So you pull into this town here. Very towny. Church, graveyard, tavern. No people, though. So ominous thunder is still behind you. What do each of you do? Josephine, as Brother Thomas kind of pulls into this town and stops in town center, the town square. What are you and Bjorn doing in the back?
I'm talking to Bjorn about how women should be able to vote. Don't listen to the father. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Women's suffrage in 1348, everybody. Dance is next. Blasphemy!
The idea dies out with me.
Gotcha.
So
you're discussing women's suffrage with a 10-year-old mutilated peasant boy.
Children are the future.
It's true.
Probably not this one, but.
And did Brother Thomas establish that there's no light anywhere? This is just like a dead, completely dark town.
There's no people.
Yes.
Brother Thomas, did you see any light?
No.
No, there's no light. There's a church, there's a graveyard, there's a tavern, there are no people, there is no light. As of right now, you hear nothing. But you are stopped. Bjorn, as Josephine rambles on again about women's suffrage.
Miss Josephine?
Yes.
Maybe we go to the tavern. Maybe they have some supplies there. What do you think about that?
Yes, I think that's probably a good idea.
I'm so hungry.
We'll need some light, though.
Will you tell Brother Thomas? I think he's angry with me for the Bible thing.
Yes. Brother Thomas.
Yes.
Bjorn and I would like to search the tavern for provisions.
And it is good that you ask me permission. Well,
Well, you have all the light sources, so we're going to need that.
right. I'm gonna be rolling dice.
You are not going to be rolling dice.
Good.
Yeah. Are you separating the light? Or are you going, who's staying with the cart? Who's going with the light? Is everyone going to the tavern?
Yeah, I'm going to be following Josephine for sure. I've kind of latched on to Josephine because Brother Thomas was a little
cranky with you?
Yeah, a little cranky.
So Josephine suggests the tavern is kind of leading the way with you trailing behind Reginald. I assume you stay with the group instead of sitting in the darkness.
Did we leave the lantern on the cart and they take the torch? Or did we take both lights?
Would probably take the lantern. I don't even think that the torch would have lasted this long.
Okay. Then yeah, if they're taking the only light, I will go with.
Okay, so as we head towards the tavern, Josephine, why don't you roll me a conflict roll, and you're gonna kind of set the scene of what's in the tavern and what you find.
So how many d6?
So you have 5 left.
Okay. So 1, 6, and 1, 1.
Okay, so you have a success a success regardless. So the pool is now down to 4 in your pool. But Josephine, tell me, as Bjorn kind of lags onto your church and goes momentarily silent, extremely quiet, in fact, and he just kind of latches on, and you have the sense that he's just going to be following you, doing whatever you do for probably about 15 minutes. What do you find in the tavern?
So can I say that we like brought our cart a little closer to the tavern? We didn't just like walk through the town to the tavern.
Yeah, absolutely. You could, Brother Joseph. So you drive the cart right up to the front of the tavern. So the light is actually kind of like reflecting just a little bit onto the front of the tavern. You see there is what do you see? Yeah.
So we'll walk up to it. I'll see that the door is a little ajar. I'll nudge it open. It's pretty dark. There's overturned tables on the floor, some plates and old rotted food and goblets, and I'm gonna look behind the bar to see if I can find any food. And there's a dead body. It looks like it was probably a barmaid. I'm gonna search her body.
Okay.
See if she has anything on her. She has a little scrap of bread, but that's it. And it's like kind of musty, but I'll take it. We look around and we find maybe like 2 rations worth of food, but no candles or anything like that.
Gotcha. All right. So you all enter the tavern. Again, Bjorn attached to your waist. As you all enter, Josephine goes over to the bar. You see her disappear behind the bar itself. She calls out about this dead barmaid, states what she finds: 2 candles, the bread. After you guys have all done that, Reginald, Brother Thomas, as you guys are all kind of coming back to the center of the tavern, did one of you took the lantern, I assume, off the cart?
Yes, but Josephine has the lantern.
Gotcha. What are you guys doing while you're in here? Are you just waiting and watching Josephine?
I'm gonna go ahead and take a closer look at the body, and kind of see if I can see any like wounds that are similar to the wounds that my lord
Gotcha.
suffered.
Gotcha. And don't forget, if as Josephine's going through some stuff and she kind of wraps her narrative, anything that you guys want to do, you don't wait for me to say you do stuff. Just do what you're doing, and I'll call a conflict roll if you want. Just group story, whatever is going on. So as she finishes that, you're going over to investigate the body. So why don't you roll me a conflict roll? You're down to 4 d6s. Ooh. 1 6, no failures. And I do not roll a 6. So you succeed without losing any dice. So what do you see when you investigate this this body after Josephine kind of walks away. You just inspect it a little bit more. This wench behind the bar. You do not vote for her fate.
The first thing I notice is the strange lack of blood. I've seen the attacks by them, and they're not clean. And so, what I notice next is the foul stench of plague. I cannot ever get that smell out of my nose.
And so I kind of, with my dagger, pull back the sleeve of her dress and kind of see that she has warts and boils just all over her hand.
Did any of you touch the body?
Oh dear.
Not her body, but her pocket.
Oh, God. You stay in the back of the cart. Don't you dare touch me. Or the boy. I don't know if you've gotten infected or not, but she did not die to them. That's for sure.
I'll drop the bread that I got from her.
Okay.
Is there a
Brother
5-second
Thomas?
rule for plague?
I mean, listen, there's always a 5-second rule. But whether you get the plague or not, I guess we'll find out in a roll.
Actually, I probably would have given the boy the bread since he was hungry, but he's not here to.
I mean, you're doing the narrative.
Yeah, I mean, I probably would have. He said he was really hungry.
Yeah,
Maybe
and he
took a
probably
bite and
would
then
have.
I knocked it out of his hand.
So he's munching on the bread, and you knock it out of his hand, but he's already taken a couple bites, and we'll see where that goes. I can look up the incubation period of plague, and we'll find out how long it takes. So, are you guys doing anything else in the tavern? Brother Thomas, what are you doing?
I will be staying at the windows, looking out. I'm thinking maybe we should head over to the blacksmith, if there's one.
Okay. All right. So as you look out the window, it is all darkness out there. You brought all the light in with you, and your horses are just in the dark.
Oh, yeah.
So as you exit from the building to go try to find your way to the blacksmith, why don't you roll me a conflict roll? You are down to 46s.
Ain't no time.
Gonna have to get through these scenes. So you make your way out. What do you see of your horses and at the blacksmith?
Well, so the horses or the entire cart was by the tavern, so hopefully they're not dead. They're still up. And making my way.
Downtown, walking fast.
Yeah, if they are, if the others are staying behind, going through the tavern. I mean, we would probably have set something alight in the tavern. That way, I can walk away with a lantern.
There's at least, those 2 candles. You guys have a decent supply of candles now. I think you're at what? You had 2 in the cart, and like 3, 4, 5. You have like 7 candles now, I think.
Yeah.
So if you choose to keep one there, and then Brother Thomas goes away with the lantern, you can do that.
Yes.
Okay. So as you walk away on your own, you walk out. You see the horses are still alive. You make your way over to the blacksmith. What do you find there?
Iron pokers. Maybe they were made for a fireplace, but never got delivered. Hammer, obviously. Tongs. Shit, we don't really need. But I was thinking if there is if there's coal still burning in the thing. I don't know the terms for stuff in a smithy, but maybe like a bag of burning coal could be nice to have.
So there might. So you're saying that there's no people or anything, but when you get to the blacksmith in the forge, there is still something that's burning. Something was lit here at some point recent enough that it's still here.
Well, that's more of a question.
Well, you succeeded on the conflict roll.
Yes.
We're
all right.
this story together.
Okay, so there is weirdly enough, there is some smoldering coals, and I grab I suppose a leather bag and shove some of these smoldering coals into it. And the iron poker, the hammer, and this bag I will bring back with me.
Oh.
To the tavern.
Unless you know something about forging that I don't know, if you have lit coals, they're going to burn through that leather bag at some point. Maybe if it was in like a metal container or something wrapped in leather, maybe it would maintain something. But just throwing burning embers into leather might have a couple of minutes before it really burns through.
Yeah. Well, there should be a metal container somewhere.
Sure. Yeah. So you dump it into like maybe you find, how they used to put metal into almost looks like a Jiffy Pop thing with like a lid and would stick it under the mattress to heat the mattress for the ladies and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you find that. So it's like a handled container, almost like a pot, but it's got a metal lid, and it's got a leather handle on it. And you throw embers into that. Now you have this kind of like almost like bed warmer thing full of embers, and you bring it back. Okay. So he comes back. As he comes back, that is about the only signs of life that you found in the town. Are you guys getting back in the cart, or what are we doing?
Did we say there was a church in town too?
Yeah, church, graveyard, blacksmith now, tavern. Still no people. But Brother Thomas does tell you that there were still embers burning in the forge.
There might be
Maybe the
people
church.
hiding. Or the church.
Okay. So you guys are making your way to the church?
Do we want to find people?
It is Plague England in 1348. You just found a plague victim dead behind the bar.
I mean, you can check the church if you'd like.
We do need supplies. If anything, food. Maybe not plague-stricken food.
Okay.
Father, what do you think? The church, does it have food?
Maybe. I do not know. I do not know these lands.
Well, lead the way, Reginald.
So, Reginald, is everyone going with Reginald, or is it just him the same way that you kind of investigated the other place? Obviously, you guys are taking a stop for a rest. It's been hours. Anyone sitting in the tavern, or is everyone going with Reginald?
Depends on Josephine.
I'll go with Reginald, I guess, since this is kind of a plaguey tavern.
Okay, so all of you, Bjorn in tow, make your way towards the church. So as you approach the church, it's got a massive graveyard next to it. Reginald, why don't you roll me a conflict roll and tell me what we find in the church?
Still 4 dice.
You are down to 4 dice. Yep. Ooh, another success. The scene is quite long, but another failure as well. Let me see if I roll. Nope, I rolled like nothing but 2s like every time. So you succeed, but you lose yet another dice.
Okay.
So you're down to 3 in the scene before a candle is darkened, and you succeed. So as you get to the church doors, what do you find?
So as we pull up to the church, did we take the cart to the church, or did we leave it at the tavern?
You tell me.
How big is this town? Did we ever decide that?
You tell me.
I'm gonna say 1300s. I'm not guessing it's that big, so I'm assuming we kind of left the cart where it was and walked the couple yards over to the church. And as we get closer to the door, I'm gonna hold the lantern up, and there's gonna be claw marks, just inches deep into the door. But it doesn't look like it's broken through. And as I go to push on the door, it seems to be barred.
Well, if there's anybody locked in there, I don't see any light. Brother, could you help me get a lift up to the window? Try to take a look.
I will help him. I will make a little saddle with my hands.
And
Thank you.
And as I kind of pull myself up, it's been a while since I've had to lift anything close to my own weight, over the ledge of the window to kind of peer into this church. What little light is coming from the torch kind of beams in, and it's just you can see just the mounds of bodies. Whatever killed them, the stench. As I get kind of closer to the window, notice that one of the panes is broken and the stench is starting to come through. It's definitely plague.
There's nothing that we want or need in there. Let's be on our way.
What
I'm
did
gonna
you
climb
see?
down from that window.
Nothing but death.
It appears like maybe the town threw all of their bodies into the church and barred the doors. So as you walk away from the church, finding no provisions, heading back to the cart, heading back to the tavern with what may have been the last bar wench not thrown into the church. Where do you want to go next? Back on the cart, back on the road? Look for something else in the town?
How long have we been going?
In relation to real world time or in the
In the game world?
just a couple
The
hours.
horses-
You're yeah. I mean, you've been here for probably an hour at this point between investigating the tavern, talking, doing the blacksmith, like hanging out, doing whatever. If you want to continue to rest here, you can.
Yeah, guys. We need to rest. Do we keep going through the night?
It's all night. It's been night for 10 days.
Yes. I don't know if the horses need rest yet, but I mean, we might not get to a town for another, I don't know, 8 hours if we keep going.
I don't know. This whole place is pretty plague-ridden.
Did we find any food? In
Oh, yeah, you did.
Water.
Yeah. You had a little food. You bites.
To die for.
And nothing bad happened to you at all during that time.
Yet. So Bjorn, somewhat almost catatonic, kind of clutched onto Josephine when he rolls into this town, maybe traumatized by the last one, finally pipes up after having a bite or two of bread and then having the bread slapped out of his hand when they realized that Josephine had taken it off the body of someone who had died of plague after Reginald looked at them.
Do I know this?
Oh yeah.
Did I hear
you bit the bread. Yeah. And then as you were kind of cowering in a corner, Brother Thomas had come back from a blacksmith where some embers were still burning, with some embers in a metal handled contraption, as well as what was that? What else did you find? Some iron pokers.
Yeah.
Yes. You had all walked over to investigate the church. Reginald was boosted up to look inside, and there was nothing inside but piles and piles of plague victims. It appears that the town threw them all in there and barred the doors closed. And you've now made your way back to the tavern and are deciding what your next step is. So Bjorn, after all of this, what do
Can
you
I
do?
take over narrative control and put out a candle? Is that how
You
it
just
works?
want to end the scene?
Yeah. Well, I want to make something happen.
Well, what do
Can I
you
just
want to do?
describe it? Okay, so as I'm sitting there cowering after eating this plague-infested bread,
Possibly.
I'm unsettled, and I hear this just incessant scratching on the roof of this tavern, and I start to hear wood being torn away, and it's getting louder and louder and louder. Josephine, do you hear that? I think they're here.
I do hear that.
So, Bjorn, roll me a conflict roll.
Okay. How many dice do I get?
3.
Oh, shit. Okay, 3d6. Here we go. Oh!
The longest scene in 10 Candles history.
Okay.
Success after success after success. Good for you guys, though.
Oh,
So,
I can't see what he rolled.
You hear this?
Yeah, you rolled privately, but that's okay. I assume you succeeded.
Oh, 2, 5, and 6. How
Yeah.
are you private?
Oh, I'm private? Well, that's weird. I just say, oh, hang on, sorry. For
You're
some
a
reason
test
it was selected as private GM role, even though I'm not the GM, which is weird. Whatever.
So 2, 5, and 6.
Yep.
Scraping, tearing on the top. What happens?
Okay, so the ceiling just explodes. And did we say there's light in here?
Yeah. You have that. There's a lit candle on the counter, and one of you is holding a lantern.
Okay, so down from the ceiling falls a figure, and this figure is just riddled with boils. And he's clawing. He gets up. He falls like belly flops right on the ground. I don't know if there's stuff around, breaks a table or breaks some stuff, falls through it. He gets up. And he starts dragging himself over to Brother Thomas. And he just has these plague boils and pustules all over him. And he's like just leaking shit everywhere.
Thomas, what do you do?
I strike him with the iron poker.
Roll me a conflict roll.
3d6. Right?
Oh, shit.
Whoa!
You succeeded, but I rolled equal to you on my 1d6. So I take narrative control.
Nice.
Unless you want to seize control from me and put out a candle.
I want to seize control.
If a conflict is successful, but the GM rolls an equal number of sixes and therefore wins narration rights, the active player may choose to seize narration. And in order to do this, they must darken a candle. So, the scene will end. You've seized it from me. So, as the scene ends and this boil-ridden figure is moving towards you, what happens? And how does the scene wrap?
It ends with Brother Thomas whacking this fellow, this figure, over the head with the iron poker. And the woman and the child are rushing to the cart. Sir Reginald is lumbering after them. And it appears that we got away.
You stab this figure. You had first heard scraping, scratching, and this boil-ridden figure burst through and started coming after you. You hit it with your poker. You ran to the cart. You all hopped on the cart and continued your journey. You hear these screams now behind you. And that's where scene ends. So, now with 8 candles left, we are going to tell our truths. Starting again with Brother Thomas. Tell me a truth about the world.
The rain has started to fall.
Josephine.
We left one of our candles in the tavern.
So the candle that you had lit to get light is still sitting in the tavern, so you're down a candle, whoever's tracking your candles. Bjorn.
Periodically we see flaming arrows coast across the night sky like comets.
As you continue down the road, the rain gets heavier and heavier and heavier until you're at risk of having your lantern go out. Reginald.
Our cartwheels dig in to the mud that was created by this torrential downpour, and we are now stopped, surrounded by dark forest.
Brother Thomas.
Can see that the arrows are coming from some sort of fortified structure on the horizon.
Josephine.
The structure looks to be about a mile away.
Okay. And that's it. And then Jess is going to lead us.
1, 2, 3.
And we are live.
Live.
Kinda.
All right. Woo, we did it. So, moving on to our next scene. Guys, this might end up being a two-parter. Because we're like 2 hours in and got 2 scenes. So, we're gonna start conflicting a whole lot more. So, you're in this torrential rain. Your cart is now stuck. The horses are just pawing at the mud, unable to unstick it, and actually just making it go further and further into the rut. And as the rain continues to pour and pour and pour, you find yourselves knowingly unable to move the cart. Yourselves getting wet, And a mile away, there are flaming arrows shooting out from what appears to be some type of fortified structure out into the woods. What are you doing?
Well, we
Brother
could
Thomas? Oh, Josephine?
in here light candles, or we could unhook the horses, ride two to a horse, and make our way to the tower as fast as we can in the darkness.
Is the cart covered? I assumed it was just an open bed cart.
That's what I figured too, yeah.
Option
Yeah.
two.
So you want to get on the horses and ride in the rain?
I don't know another option we have.
Reginald?
We'll have to shed a light between two horses. Hope that they can keep up with each other.
I mean, it's raining. I don't know how much light we're gonna have.
Did you know the cart is made of wood as well?
Very wet wood.
Yeah.
Well, we wouldn't be lighting the wood on fire.
Ryan's
would,
gonna roll for wet wood. Sorry.
Roll for wet wood.
I'm just telling the future real quick.
I'd light my candle, but it's gonna be a wet wick.
Oh no.
It has begun.
Sorry, Matt, I interrupted you.
No, I was just gonna say that we're not gonna light the wood on fire. We would wrap some cloth around it. But I mean, that doesn't make it much better.
Do you have any oil in the lantern?
No, my child. This is the lantern doesn't run on oil. It's just where we place a candle.
Oh.
Yes, we're not fancy oil lantern people here. I slap him across the face.
Dang. So when you
So you guys
you
are-
slap me across the face, I bite my cheek, but then taste something foul. And you guys see pus dripping out of my mouth.
Dope.
Shit.
It's a fast inoculation period, but
I
here we go.
start freaking out.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it was from before. Who knows, right?
Who knows? Who knows? You see the pus leaking from Bjorn's mouth. You're in the torrential rain, at risk of losing your fire. Two horses in front of you. What are you doing?
Brother Thomas grabs Sir Reginald, takes a few steps out from the. Well, we're gonna stay in the candlelight, but on the outskirts or the you understand me. And I'm gonna say to him in a very low voice, if we go to the structure, they will not let the boy in. He is infected.
You're right, and they'll probably think we're all infected too.
I'm not. I'm
That's
not.
just
No,
one
I'm
way
not.
to
I'm not
You
infected.
are.
I'm not. Look. And I'm just like kind of trying to push the rain off over the pus and conceal it in the best way a 10-year-old boy could, which isn't very well. You're not
Also,
going to leave me,
Reginald.
are you? You can't leave me.
No, we wouldn't leave you.
Okay. It's so cold. Can we not go? I promise I won't tell anyone. They'll never know.
Yes.
So what?
What would Jesus do, Brother Thomas?
Jesus was magic. Right. Well, I suppose we should make our way. Yes, let's take the horses.
Okay, who's going on which horse?
I guess I'll ride with Josephine, if that's okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna tear like a strip of fabric off my cape or skirt and kind of like tie it, like hand it to him to tie around his face a little.
There you go.
So when you do that, I kind of start, you hear this, it's almost as if I'm singing this rhyme, but you can't quite make it out because, again, I have this cloth wrapped around my mouth.
Okay. You don't have to sing. No singing if you're riding with me, okay?
I'm sorry. It's just something my mom taught me when I'm afraid. I'll be quiet.
Oh, okay.
Josephine and Bjorn on a horse, and then we got Reginald and brother Thomas on a horse. Who's Big Spoon? Who's Little Spoon?
He's the knight. I'm gonna be big spooning him.
So you're the backpack. All right. So Reginald, you're driving. Josephine, you're driving these horses, driving them. Horsepower here. Reginald, roll me a conflict roll first, as you guys are charging into this torrential rain. So
we
you
back
are
up
down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have 8d6, and I roll 2.
Oh. Well, you got 2 successes, two ones.
So you'll drop down to 6 dice on the next time, unless you want to. Don't forget, you guys can burn your traits or whatever you have on the top of your stack. If you would like to, you don't have to. Your next roll will be what's that down to? 6 dice. But your whether you're racing, whatever you're doing with the horses, your horse is kind of leading Josephine's horse a bit. What are we doing?
So yeah, we're racing the horses down the road. Mud is just splashing up, just covering us, which might help Bjorn's case, might cover the stench and possibly the pus. And as we get closer to the structure, we start to see the arrows kind of stuck around it with the flames, and see that they were actually kind of creating a perimeter of light with these flaming arrows around the structure.
All right. So you're approaching this perimeter of light, Josephine. You're also leading a horse with Bjorn on you. You're approaching this again, apparently out into the rain. They're firing these arrows to create this perimeter of light. And as you 4 approach, what are you doing? Or roll me a conflict roll.
Who?
You.
Okay.
You're leading a horse.
Yeah.
So you're down to 66.
Oh, 1. Narrative control still. Well, we'll
1d6,
see.
yeah, you maintain narrative control. So as you approach this kind of ring of arrows surrounding this structure that's all lit up by fire, Bjorn with you, I assume he's like kind of in your lap and you're going around, unless he's attached to your back, however that is. What happens as you approach this firelight kind of perimeter of arrows and this structure that surrounds it, that is surrounding?
So we're gonna. It's a tower, right? And there's like open area on the top, and we can't really see anything up there, but we ride up to the bottom of the tower and we see a door, like a big heavy door, but it's obviously closed. And I'm gonna hop off my horse and tell Bjorn to stay there, and I'm going to go knocking at the door. And I hear footsteps from inside the tower, and I hear a big gruff voice say, "Who goes there?" And I'm gonna yell, "Let us in." There's 4 of us. One of us is a boy. We need help. We need shelter. And it's gonna have one of those little like peeky holes. And he's gonna push it across and he's gonna like look at us. And then he's gonna say, "Is anyone infected?" And I'm gonna say no. And then I'm gonna yell at him that I'm a lady and it would be the right thing to do to let me in. And he'll crack the door open and let us in.
Yeah, he calls from the door and says, "Well, I can see you're a lady." Before
Lady
cracking the
Agamon.
door.
And I'm gonna like use my last name to try to get in.
Gotcha. The door cracks open. And when it does, a hand pulls it. You see this face. It's looks like a guard. And then covers himself, sticks his head out in the rain, sees the 4 of you, and says, "Well, come on then, come on." And waves you all in.
Okay, I hesitantly follow Josephine in.
You see another figure kind of push past you as you guys are going in. Tells you to just leave the horses and takes the reins of both, and they're just led off into a different, around. You don't see as the door closes behind you. You enter into this structure, and you said it was just a tower?
Yeah. Like
Okay. So we'll say this is some type of like battlement, maybe something that you are at war with France, what we now call the 100 Years War. So you're still kind of towards the southern coast. So we'll say this is a battlement that was placed up. There's a tower, maybe like a small structure underneath for like a barracks area, but this might be just like an out area for like forward troops to kind of like watch the road and see what's happening. So you go in and there are a number of what appear to be, or used to be at some point, some of them dressed in some soldier garb. A lot of them dressed in various things, some fitting, some not fitting. You get the sense that some banditry might have been afoot at some point as you kind of enter into this area. It's lit in what would appear, it's not really a dining room. There's not really a lot. Like I said, it's mostly just a barracks and this kind of watchtower. So as you're taken in there, what are you guys doing?
So I kind of noticed the banditry, as you mentioned, or the odds and ends, and I kind of tug on Josephine's dress or whatever she's wearing.
Yes.
Are they bad men?
I don't know yet. But we really have no option but to trust them for now.
Okay.
But stay close and keep your mouth covered.
So I literally like do this the whole time.
Don't touch it.
Okay. Guards come over. The one that came out and spoke with you kind of leads you to another figure. This figure is still wearing like soldierly garb. For the most part, does have bits and pieces of armor, clearly has like a sword, but has kind of positioned this barracks area with like a large chair in a very prominent area. Feels throne-like, and he's sitting as you approach. The guy next to you, more deferential than you would think for just like a bunch of guards and like a sergeant or something like that, or whatever it is, tells you that this is Sir Ulrich. He puts like an emphasis on it a bit. But Reginald, I mean, you can tell from here there's no knightly accoutrement on this person. He has no sigil, no arms, the sword, I don't know. You get the sense it just doesn't suit him.
Did you say Sir Ulrich?
The guy leading you, you see this guy at a distance as he kind of walks forward, and the person, you get the sense that he's trying to be as nice as he can in this situation, and he says, yeah, and you should remember it. And then like walks away and kind of gestures you towards this kind of figure in the room who is now waving you in. Hello. Haven't had many come through this way. Who are you? I'm
Brother
fucking
Thomas.
talking. Who are you?
Brother Thomas steps forward. I am Brother Thomas, and these are my companions. We have come here from Malcolm Regis, which has been overrun, I would say, by the demons.
By them, eh?
Yes.
Eh? They must be fucking demons, right? Because your god, monk, he ain't fucking watching anymore, is he?
I believe he is watching.
You? What's your name? He looks towards you, Dougie.
You can call me Sir Reginald.
No. Oh. All right. Another night? Yeah? A real one?
I'm gonna go ahead and pull my sleeve down and show the sigil of the stag, kind of branded on my wrist.
No,
Let's see yours.
Oh, no. I'm a knight of the New World, which is now. That pretty little design you got there means fucking nothing anymore, doesn't it? And you, boy? What's your name?
I immediately look up to Josephine and have my lips pressed together, looking for some kind of...
This is Bjorn. He is my nephew, and I am Josephine Fragonard.
Josephine. How are you? How are you living?
I've been better.
Yeah, haven't we all? I'm having a much better day now.
Right.
You leading this little ragtag band here?
I'm gonna look at what's this? I'm gonna look at Matt's, and I'm gonna nod. Yes, I am leading this band here.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
You look hungry. Are you all hungry?
Yes.
To do with something to eat, yes.
Yeah. I'm gonna have the guards here take you where you can get something to eat. All right. And figures come and they lead Matt and Reginald away and kind of reach for Bjorn. And the Sir Ulrich says, "I'm gonna have a talk with your leader, though."
Actually, we stay as a group, I'm afraid. You'll have to talk with all.
We can do this the easy way or the hard way, ma'am. It's been a while.
Reginald's gonna step up in between them.
All as a group, or nothing.
Roll me a conflict roll, Reginald.
Oh wait, we don't have an 8 anymore, right? Because we rolled a couple of ones.
Have you rolled ones on the scene?
I don't think so. I think.
Oh, wait, there's 8d6 above with 2 1s down. So yeah, you're down to 6.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, and I rolled 1. So you have to get more than 1, or I have narrative control.
Oh no!
What if I get more ones than you?
Okay, so that's 3 failures.
Narrative control.
So you didn't succeed. You can take narrative control. Do you have a trait that is active, Reginald?
Ooh. Ooh, actually, yes. I do have my virtue of strong.
You have a virtue of strong. This might be a really, really good time to burn your virtue. So
I don't have real
Josephine can
fire, so I'm
keep hers.
metaphorically burning it.
Okay. So re-roll all of the ones. So you can re-roll 3 ones, hoping for a success.
Oh.
Darts.
So that means
Yeah.
it's a darken a candle, right?
Yeah. Darken a candle and a scene ends. Man, you succeed at everything except for the thing that probably should have just been X-guarded. So,
He's like, now I gotta narrate this.
Yeah.
absolutely not. Yeah. We are going to cut the scene. As Bjorn and Reginald and Brother Thomas are taken away. With a struggle from Reginald. And Josephine is going to be left to Sir Ulrich, and the scene is going to end.
I do have a
So-
little dagger.
Yeah. So as we move into truths. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 6, and we are alive. So, starting with Reginald. A truth about the world.
The back of the fort seems to be crumbling away.
Okay. Matt?
There is a stable connected to the tower.
Josephine?
Hmm. There is a dead lord here in this tower.
You mean like the lord of this tower is now dead?
Yeah.
Or... Okay. Bjorn?
One of the men who dragged me away notices my pussy mouth.
Pussy.
Yeah.
Interesting medical jargon out there. Pussy's not a word. But a lot of doctors write it all the time. Purulent. How many was that? That's 1, 2, 3. That's 4. I will say that prior to his untimely death, the Lord was quite drunk. That is, how many do we have? 1, 2, 3,
That's
4, 5,
four.
6.
So it's gonna end at
That's
Brother Thomas, right?
1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5 on me.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
So one more, right?
Reginald, one more truth about the world.
We can hear them getting closer.
Them. Interesting. So, and we are alive.
And we are
Yeah,
alive.
we are alive. There
We
we
are
go.
alive. Yeah.
Good job, us. Okay, so that scene ended. We have a new scene beginning. There is chaos. As you're led to the to part of the building true to his word, you are given bread and water, and that's when Reginald notices that the kind of whole back of the structure is crumbling. You also notice, or as you're sitting there, worried about your companion Josephine, left with Sir Ulrich to have a discussion, you start your scraping on the rocks, which is, at first, maybe it might just be the rain, maybe something is just running against the edge of the building. You know that it's getting torrentially wet, as in almost flood-like. Branch broke off, scratching along. It's not, it continues. You hear a thumping now against the walls. And you start to see the wall itself kind of vibrate. It's like dun, dun, dun. And these pebbles like falling from the stone. You hear screaming above you, yelling. As you make your way kind of towards the edge of the room, you're not locked into a room, but you were kind of surrounded by these like soldier/bandits. They start milling about. You hear twangs above you, and it continues more and louder now. You hear more yelling, and you hear things start thumping into the side of the building. You see Josephine burst from the room she was just in, bloody dagger in hand. And what are you doing?
I guess where are we? So she burst in the room. Does that mean that Reginald, Brother Thomas, and we're all together?
So let's say in the context of this building, there is tower. You know what? I'm just going to do this because
Just
I can.
a big circular tower, right? And then
A big circular tower with a building attached to the tower.
okay.
The building, let's say that the tower was kind of split into kind of like quadrants, with one of those in the back being like a room, and the rest kind of just being like stairs and like kind of open with like the floors and stuff. The building is more of where like sleeping quarters are. You see bunks and things like that. You guys were taken into that part of the building. The part where you spoke to Sir Ulrich was that kind of like room in the first floor back of the round tower area. So as the guards are kind of like hanging out in the space between that like door between that where the building's attached and the tower. They are all now running, screaming, right? And you see Josephine basically kind of like stumble to the doorway where you guys are at as the guards have left, and you see her just clutching this dagger in her hand, a little bit of blood stain on the front of her shirt.
So then I immediately go over and like wrap my arms around her, like her waist, and her bloody dagger is just like dripping on my shoulder.
And your pus is dripping onto the front of her
Yeah, I guess so.
skirts.
We have to get out of here.
Which way?
I don't know.
And so while this is
Same way
going on,
chain.
you said like the stone is just coming down, like raining down little pebbles on us, right?
So as she comes, you all feel this moment of relief. As the guards were leaving, you were mustering yourselves anyway to race back towards Sir Ulrich. When Josephine came around the corner, you hear, this not just scratching anymore, but thumping in the whole building around you. And like I said, you hear this yelling, you hear these arrows twanging. From in front of the building now, you hear screaming, you hear screams of men. You hear some clanging of weapons. But again, you keep hearing this like thumping against the building and this crumble in the back of the tower. Like this back room, it's not the tower, it's the kind of barracks area. You start to see it start to actually break apart. It was already worn, as if it maybe had been hit by something long ago. Fallen tree, cannonball, whatever it was. But as the thumping continues and the rocks start falling out of it, you then see just a whole brick just thump down into the building. And a hole opens out to the night sky. It's been dark now for, 11 days?
Yeah.
And you hear the screaming more so now. But from the back, there's no light.
So I kind of step away from Josephine momentarily, back up, and my foot lands on something, and it's not stone, it's wood. And there's been a trap door, or we discovered there's like a wooden trap door that was covered by a rug or something. And so I see it, and I point that way.
Okay. Roll me a conflict roll.
Okay. How many am I rolling now?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 7.
7? Okay. Oh yeah, I knew. Okay.
And I roll 3.
Okay.
Right. So 1 success, 1 failure. So you're down to 6 dice total. So you see this trap door.
Okay. So yeah, I see this trap door. I'm pointing down. Nobody seems to be doing anything, and so I just find it within myself to I open it, and I use all of my strength, which isn't very much, to kind of fling it open, and it clatters down on the other side of the stone, and there's steps descending down, and we see a little bit of a flicker of light. It's probably quite distant, but we can see it at the very bottom of this staircase. It's kind of winding down into the earth, and there are all these just stone steps leading down. Come on! There's light down there! Hurry!
The guards are not with us.
So at this point, when you look around, it's empty. The building is empty, and all you hear outside is screaming. Even the twangs of the arrows have stopped at this point. The front of the tower door is closed. And as Bjorn is like looking down toward that, you see gashes appear in the door. Not that there's a scrape on the door, that something is scraped through the door and is just sundering the front door.
Hurry!
Let's go then.
Okay, so I will definitely fall in behind whoever the first adult is as they go down the stairs.
Who's leading? Who's leading in the way?
I'll lead down first.
Reginald, you're heading down. There's numerous torches burning in these like sconces around, keeping the tower lit. Each of you that wants to can grab one of those. Reginald, I assume you grab one. You race down into this corridor.
Yeah.
All of you follow?
Yeah, I'm right behind Reginald. I've kind of like, I'm clinging on to him now.
Yeah. Oh.
Josephine, Brother
Yeah.
Thomas, bringing up the rear. You
Yes.
race down in this corridor. It's damp, not wet, not flooded, damp. And Reginald, as you're racing down this corridor, you hear a screaming, a screeching, a terrifying yell behind you. Brother Thomas, did you slam the door shut? I assume behind you when you entered the corridor, this trap door.
Yes.
You're thumping across the roof. Would be the floor of the top tower, but it is the area above you. You're racing forward. What are you doing?
I guess Reginald's in the lead, right?
Yeah, Reginald's in the lead.
Okay. So yeah, as we are descending down, this like just like heavy, like kind of musk and like dampness starts to fill the air, and Reginald's gonna start to get a little bit of a cough, and
The air is stagnant down here.
and he's gonna go ahead and just wipe a little bit of spittle on his mouth and look down and see that there's a little bit of blood on his hand, and he's gonna hide it, wipe it off, and we're gonna continue
Roll me a
down.
conflict roll.
6.
Okay, nice.
So you're down 2 dice. So you're down to 4 dice, but you have successes. Oh, I have to roll my 3. I rolled 1. But you still maintain narrative control and a success. So you successfully hide this blood splatter from anyone behind you. They don't see this. And after you do that, what are you doing? What, as you race down this tunnel, what's happening?
As we get closer to the light, we hear light chatter. It sounds like multiple people, at least 3 or 4. And then we come up to a door, and there is a kind of like a little bit of a gap on the bottom where the light is pouring through that was illuminating the tunnel before, just slightly. And
There seems to be company on the other side of this door. What do we want to do?
You think it's more bad people?
I don't know if there's any good people left.
Can you listen? Can you hear what they're saying?
Maybe you could get closer to the door. You're closer to the gap than I am anyways.
Okay, I will. So,
Bjorn, roll me a conflict roll.
yeah. And how many dice?
You're down to 4. No successes.
No successes.
So, gosh, you can't even burn a trait, right? Because you have to reroll ones.
Yeah, reroll one. I can burn a trait though to win narrative control though, right? Regardless or no?
So, so you failed scene ends.
Gotcha. Okay.
If you want to, as far as I'm reading, and maybe I'm wrong here, if you want to seize narrative control, I think you would burn like an additional candle. We would go down 2 candles.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, let's just have the scene end, and then I guess you have narrative control.
Yeah, I have narrative control. You
Okay.
failed. So we'll let's mark off another candle. That is another candle done. So, Bjorn, as you hear from Reginald, he says, you're closer to the gap. Your little tiny brain says, okay, well, then I need to get close to the gap. So you lay down on the floor right at this doorway. And it's England. It's not the tight, it's 1348 England, not normal England. England's fine. They got fine doors. The gap is pretty big. Not only are you hearing, you think that maybe you can see, right? So you stick your little face, and it's almost like I don't have kids, but I know I was a kid, and you stick your little, stick their little fingers under the bathroom door or whatever. So you're actually looking under, and suddenly the door is ripped open. Light pours in, and the scene ends. So, now we speak our truths. So these are I should have been saying this all the time. These things are true. The world is dark. Bjorn, you get the first one.
We see one of them being held captive with torchlight in this room.
Okay. All right. That's me. In addition, you see there are 3 other figures in this room. Reginald?
there is a weapon rack with 2 short swords and a morning star on it in the room as well.
Brother Thomas?
One of the 3 people guarding the them is a priest.
Josephine.
Wait, so one of them opened the door, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's 2 others?
And one is a priest.
And then it's priest. Okay. The other one is a guard with a short sword on his belt next to them.
To the them.
The them.
All right.
Is that everybody?
That is everybody. That is you get 5. And the final truth.
And we
And
are
we
alive.
are alive. Look at us. So, Bjorn, door bursts open. Guard standing above you. In the room, another guard, short sword on his belt. Priest. They're standing over something. It's a figure. It's not like it's strapped to a wall or anything like that. It's actually basically just a pile on the ground. You're going from dark, torch lit. This room seems very, very, very lit. So this thing in front of you seems to have almost like melted into some type of shape, like as if it at once had a figure, and it's like an action figure stuck in the microwave almost, you know. So you're not, and then suddenly you, Bjorn, are ripped up off the ground by your shirt, face to face with this guard who just says, "And who the fuck are you?" What are you all doing?
I'm gonna spit pus in his face. Involuntarily.
Roll me a conflict.
It's
Roll
like
me
I
a
go.
conflict roll.
Okay, it's like I go to speak and blah. Okay, so how
Yeah.
many? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6.
6, and I have 4.
Oh shit. Okay. So I rolled a 1, no successes. You have narrative control, so we got 1, 2, 5 left, I guess.
So it's a no, that's a failure. That would be end of scene. That would be candle darkened.
Oh, that's just. Oh, you're right.
If you
yeah,
don't
you're right. That's
burn
fair.
a, do you have something you can burn on top? Because you
yeah,
reroll that 1.
It's
and
my.
hope.
I'm gonna burn my cowardice. Why not?
Okay. So how do you
How do I use my cowardice?
how are you cowardly?
So
Yeah.
I'm so cowardly that rather than holding back who I am, I immediately start to blurt my name out, like everything about myself, I guess. And then, but with it comes a bunch of, plague pus or whatever it is.
Gotcha. You're like,
So,
I'm
like-
10. Oh, my mom is this. This is my security number. This is my home phone number.
Yeah. I'm just overcome with fear.
All right.
So
you get
just
to reroll
one-
your 1 die.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh
man.
no. So the scene, that's the quickest scene ever. Our second scene goes for like
Yeah.
18 rolls, and this one is literally 1 roll. Am I doing this right? Like whenever you fail, right?
Yeah, I think
When
so.
a candle is darkened for any reason, resolving a conflict, establishing truth, living your moment, bracing your brink. Yeah. This is what happens. So candles immediately darkened. And I get narrative control because you failed.
Yep.
This room has it's not an empty room. Or it's not just like a dead end, is what I'm trying to say. There's another door in the room. You, Bjorn, after spitting in this guy's face, are thrown into the room, bounce off the wall, unconscious on the ground. Priest calls out, "Come in. Come in, my children." You enter the room. All of you. You see Bjorn on the ground there. The figure goes over, kicks Bjorn in the stomach, still wiping the pus and blood off of his face. "You better not have the fucking plague. I'll fucking eat you." Figure standing over. See him reeling back for yet another kick. The other guard closes the door behind you. There's doors on either side. In this room, you see the priest, like, looking towards you, not looking towards Bjorn or the guard at all, not stopping anything that's happening over there. And again, behind you, you see this thing. You're not even sure what it is. As I said, it looks like more than anything. Do you remember those fireworks as a kid? Maybe Sweden had these where like you light it on fire, and it's like a black snake just like comes out of the ground.
Oh
like
yeah.
That's what it's like. You can't tell its shape, you can't tell its color, you can't tell its figure, but the edges of it also seem to kind of be burning, like when you set steel wool on fire. You know how it just kind of like webs out along? Anything that could be an edge is like that. So it looks like whatever this thing is, again, they do not like the light. It seems to have ashed, and the ash itself is now burning. You know it's one of them, though. You see at least one of the only things you can make out are these massive fingers that end in talons. These claws. The claws themselves are the only things that don't look like they're burning. When the priest turns towards you, you see one of them is actually tucked into its belt. One of the talons into the rope of the priest's belt. What are you doing?
I'm unconscious.
You're
Right?
unconscious.
Okay.
Yeah, you're getting the shit kicked out of you right now. And I want to stress to all of you, he's getting the shit kicked out of him, and this guard is not stopping. What are you doing?
I'm gonna go ahead and pull my dagger, and honestly, I'm assuming they're with the bandits at this point because everyone in here. So I'm gonna go ahead and stab the guard who's kicking him in
You're
the
gonna
back.
try to stab the guard. Okay. The guard kicking's not the one with the short sword. The other one is the one with the short sword. You pull your dagger and go to stab this man. Give me a conflict roll.
That is 5 dice.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I have 5.
Oh, one success. No failure.
So I have to get.
Okay.
Dang.
Awesome.
So describe to me how you successfully stab this man and narrate
So
this situation.
I step up behind him
Leave the boy alone.
and shove my dagger into his back, and he just kind of deflates and kind of slumps over, unfortunately on to Baron. But I'll go ahead and lift him up off of him. He has did he have a weapon on him, or was the other guard?
Wasn't established. It's up to you.
So he has a short sword on his belt, and I'm going to go ahead and grab the short sword and give my dagger to Josephine.
Okay, so all in one kind of thing as he's getting kicked out of it. The priest turned towards you, open arms, and you pull your dagger, race over, stab this guy in the back, throw him out of the way, pull the short sword off his belt. You have this large dagger. Josephine's, yours is more of like a I'm gonna say ladylike, but this big dagger, and you're the closest one to where Bjorn was, probably with your vast motherly instincts, made your way towards Bjorn. And Reginald slaps this bloody dagger into your hand as he pulls short sword. You turn back and look towards a priest.
Okay, so I'm gonna kind of try to shake Bjorn awake, or holding the dagger out at the priest, and ask him what's going on here.
Priest still. My children, you do not need to be violent. Right? These are violent times, but we are men. Woman,
Not all of
child.
us.
We are humans. They are not.
Okay, well, you could have told that to your dead god that just kicked the shit out of this young boy.
These things happen. You, sir. You're a monk, are you not? Is this a Franciscan? Are you of the Grey Order?
Yes. The Seraphic Order. Yes, indeed.
Serath? Oh. You've not spoke to a Franciscan monk in quite some time. Tell your woman to come.
Yes. Come here.
The guard pulls their short sword as well, or had, and walks up behind the priest too, but the priest says, "No, come, let's all put our weapons away. Put our weapons down."
I'm not gonna put my weapon down.
I'm sure the boy is fine. Wake him, wake him.
I will step between the priest and the lady as to calm the situation. Please, Father, you have captured one of them. What can you tell us? How, first of all, did you manage such a feat?
I will say, real quick, when Ducky turned to the side and the light hit that mask, my God, that's 10 times more terrifying than sitting in the dark like that. He says, more by chance than anything. We were leaving the tower. This is the way we go. Something was banging on the far door. We had torches with us. When the thing entered the room, I didn't know how to describe it. It just went crazy. The door in the ruckus got closed. Our guards dropped their torches. Brave men, but we all flee sometimes. Shut the door behind us and ran. When we came back to the room, hearing nothing, we see this on the ground, and what is left of whatever it was. Apparently our torchlight was too much for it. So this is as much of what I know. Now it is what you know.
Has it spoken at all?
It is very, very dead. It does not move. It is ash. It is nothing.
Well, could have been worse. Brother Thomas will take his iron poker and poke at the thing.
Roll me a conflict roll. Let's see what happens when you poke the ashes of this thing.
5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You didn't roll any no, yeah, 5.
Oh.
Ooh, oh, fuck.
Oh shit! It's
You
tie.
succeeded. The scene does not end, but I narrate what happens in this situation.
Unless, right? He can
Burn something.
burn something. Isn't that an option? Like if he
Wait,
wants to.
Well, so do you
that's a
have anything
failure.
active on top? Yeah.
I do.
So
I
if it's
have
if it's one of your traits, you can burn ones. But if it happens to be like your moment or something, and you feel like you can live your moment and get hope in the darkness right here, you can try to play that out. But what's on top of your stack?
Oh.
it's my vice.
So you can't reroll ones to burn that or anything.
Yeah.
So you succeed, as in the scene does not end. I still wish they wouldn't call it a conflict roll.
It sounds like he'd have to darken it because I see seizing narration. If you succeed, but the GM wins narration, right? Meaning that's exactly what happened.
You can
may
choose to like darken a
candle.
candle and end the scene to seize it back if you want.
Yeah.
But I do not.
So, you poke this thing with your poker, and it pretty much just falls to ash. Whatever bit was still holding it together, it just puffs away. A little bit of embers floats like every fucking vampire movie ever, you know, just like that. But what's left behind? What's left behind are now 7 talons. The priest had ripped one off before. It's in his belt, but you see these 7 almost blade-like curved claws. They're roughly 6 inches, razor sharp, slightly curved. And the priest says, interesting.
Yes.
Bjorn,
But-
you're awakened. Sorry, you are
Okay.
awakened by Josephine, still dagger in hand, just so you're not in time for you to peek your little eyes open and see this thing puffing ash.
And I see the talons too.
Mhm.
Okay. So I'm kind of drawn to these for some strange reason, almost as if I'm in this fugue state. Like maybe I got all of the shit kicked out of me, rattled my brain. And so I kind of crawl over on the floor and start to reach out for one of these talons and decide to try to pick it up.
Roll me a conflict roll.
Okay. So 5, right?
Yes. Oh, I
you
rolled
get
5.
You get 5 too. Yeah. Oh, fail again.
So you have 2 ones. You can burn something on top to re-roll those 2 to try to continue on. You can seize narration and darken the candle. But the scene you already failed. So without doing something else, the scene will darken and will darken 2 instead.
I'm gonna burn my my virtue, which is selfless.
Okay, which is what?
Selfless.
Oh, okay.
So
all right. So how do you selflessly?
I am, even though I'm a coward, I'm being selfless in that I feel within me somehow that there is power within these talents. And so I put myself forward for the protection of my friends who've been, protecting me thus far.
Gotcha. Let's see if you do that.
Okay.
Roll 2d6s.
Oh, fuck. All right.
So, scene ends. This priest has seemed just like almost weirdly nice the entire time you've been here. It's off-putting how nice he is in the face of all of this, and people showing up seems like unflustered by all of it. But as you drag your little pus-filled body over towards Talon's, you get close, and your hand starts reaching out, and then you scream. as this priest's booted heel crushes down on your little hand. You look up, still smiling. He says, "No, no, no, little boy. Those are mine." You have 3 truths. Oh, sorry. Let me say this. These things are true. The world is dark. Bjorn.
This priest is actually a servant of them.
Reginald.
Well, it'd be you, right? And
Oh,
then
fuck,
Reginald.
it's me.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is. Yeah. As you're all looking towards this priest who suddenly stomped down on your little friend, the door from the tower bursts open. And you see a number of bloodied, ragged, nearly shredded bandit guard, quote unquote, the men of the tower, burst into the room. Reginald. Don't forget there's another door as well.
As they burst into the room, the half of the lights go out from the kind of whoosh of the door swinging open, creating dark spots throughout the room.
And then... And we
are
alive.
Did we do enough? Because there's 4, right?
Right, that the third, there's
1, 2,
3 plus
3.
the one is we are alive.
Oh.
The last one's always and we are alive.
Gotcha. Okay. Forgot.
This is the scene before you. Door bursts open, guards rush in. In the rush, half the light goes out. Now there are shapes kind of like scattered across the room as the torchlight bounces off of things. You know, one of the guys, none of the people that came down have any light. They're racing from the dark. Half the torches in the room go out. As people move in front of the light, shadows are formed. Who's doing what?
I'm gonna... I guess while this is going on, I actually try again and I grab one of those things, the talents.
Roll me another conflict roll. We're gonna burn through like a bunch of candles. You trying to grab this thing. Oh, I get
4 and you have 6.
Oh God.
Oh shit. Okay, I guess you won.
I narrate control.
Yep.
Oh, wait, did I get 2?
You got 2 6s, yes.
So you do. You grab one of these things. The priest, when the guards burst in the door, stepped back, kind of in shock, to see something burst through the door. Took his hand off, and you reached out with your little mangled little boy hand, and you grabbed on one of these talons and you tucked it into your belt. Kind of rolled away. And then you popped up kind of in the dark and raced towards the far door. What is anybody else doing? It's still success, so the candle's not darkened. I just got narrative control.
Oh. I'm gonna, with my dagger, grab a torch if there's a torch in here and follow Bjorn.
I'll say there was a sconce on each wall. 2 of them are now out. One is now in Josephine's hand, and you're going to run towards the door as well.
Yeah, I'm holding the torch and I'm angling the knife like towards the priest and like inching towards where Bjorn is.
Gotcha. So guards burst in, bloody, bleeding. You see them slam the door behind them and just kind of slump. They immediately are not looking for a fight. They just left one, is what it looks like more than anything. Josephine plucks the torch off the wall, dagger in hand. The room kind of like does this like movie separation thing where like you guys are kind of inching this way, they're inching that way. The priest is just kind of like, keeping the arms open towards you. Everything is fine. It's fine. The boy will give me it back. Give me back the claw. Will give me back what is mine. And you are free to go. All right? It is mine, and you will give it back. And he starts moving towards you, Bjorn. What is anybody doing?
I'm gonna continue to. So you said I threw a door open and I can exit.
You race towards the door.
Oh,
yeah,
towards
there is
the
a
door.
far door.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to open the door. Just keep running, backing away from this guy.
Roll me a conflict roll.
Okay. So is it 4?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
4.
Oh no.
No, did I
3.
roll a 1? Oh, I did roll a 1.
No, that was mine. Oh yeah, you rolled 1 too. So you got 3, and I have. What do I have? 6. Don't. Ooh.
Did I do it right?
You guys
So I got
tied.
a 6, 2, 1.
So I have narrative control.
Yep.
Again, you can still. Don't forget, everyone has moments. Don't forget to roll a conflict. You need to put yourself in conflict, or look for something, or do anything.
So when I roll the moment, it is what it is, right? What it says. I can't remember how that works.
So when you actually choose to roll for the moment, this is how moments work. Let me go over to moment.
Okay, it says. So if I live a moment, I get to make a conflict roll. But how does that work if?
So the moment is a conflict roll. If the moment is on top at any point, you can just call for your moment to be lived.
Okay.
So
Well, fuck it. I'm gonna do it.
all right, yeah, I'll say that. Yeah, we'll just say that. Okay, so go for your moment.
All right. So the moment, just any conflict roll, and then on success I gain a hope die, but then failure means descent ends. Okay, so so do I roll 3? Because I rolled a 1 last time, so I decreased the pool. Or what? I rolled a 3 last time. Or is it a full candle roll?
No, as far as I can say, you had 3 last time, and you rolled a 1.
So
let's just roll 3. Roll 3. Just roll 3. We'll say that you're choosing to leave your moment instead of the conflict. This will be your conflict.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. 2 6s and a 1. So 1's gone, but you live your moment. So live your moment.
I live my moment. So I rush towards this door. But I pause momentarily because I hear something. I hear weeping on the other side. And I recognize that weeping. And so I fling the door open. Well, I don't fling it open. I carefully open it, disregarding all the stuff that's going on behind me. And I make my way through this passage. And there's like a portcullis at the other side. And it's like leading up this slope and this portcullis. And I see a shadowy figure there on the other side of this portcullis. And it's my mother. And I immediately just start rushing toward her. She's in silhouette though. She's like blackened, but I know it's her. Do I keep going, or is this like now you kind of pick it up?
No, I mean, go as far as you want, but you also now have a hope die, which means you roll an additional, and it's a success on a 5. So roll normal and then roll 1 more so that we differentiate it. Or you can just say your hope die is always either the first or the last one, whichever one you want to do.
Oh, you mean like next time I roll, I'll roll an additional one?
Yeah, next time you roll an additional one. So either roll it separately or declare which one of your string it is prior.
Yeah, I'll probably roll.
You see your mother on the other side of this portcullis.
Yes.
And it gives you hope.
Okay, I can just keep going, I guess.
Yeah, go for it.
And then I wrap my arms around her, and I show her this talon I found. And I say, "It's like you said, Mummy. We can help them." And I hand her over this talon. And she takes it in her arms and smiles at me. I see like a, I don't know, a flicker of light or something. And I see her face and she's grinning. But her eyes are completely jet black. And she opens the portcullis and I start to step outside to join her.
You guys are all kind of trailing Bjorn out of the room. How did that go about? You guys were kind of on that door side. Josephine, you were closest to the doors, waving the dagger. You hear the door open behind you, and little Bjorn run off down the hallway.
I will step in front again. I know the priest wants to go after the boy, but I will tell the priest that no. He knows us. He will only run from you. He will get you your claw, you greedy, and come back.
Roll me a conflict roll.
Dang, that were really cranking through him. It's great.
How many are we rolling now?
2.
Oh. Oh shit.
Yeah, it doesn't make it matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, he failed.
Scene ends. I take narrative control. He scoffs. The priest does. He turns, looks at the guard left with the short sword and says, "Kill them all. And you there." And looks to these like bloodied and beaten men. "You as well. Kill them all, bring it back to me." They puff themselves up a little bit. Get ready to start moving towards you all as you back towards the door. And suddenly from behind them, this massive thump against the door that pushes them all off the door. Then they're leaning against it. And another thump, and then you start hear scratching and scraping at the door. You all turn and flee. You hear the priest behind you start calling out once again in Latin. But no one follows you. As you race through the door, you slam the door behind you. Come up behind little Bjorn. And that's where the scene ends. Little Bjorn is just standing there in the dark of an open portcullis, weeping, looking out into the night. Who rolled the last roll?
I did.
So these things are true. The world is dark. And what is the truth?
Bjorn is alone.
Yeah. I'll give you another one because I did say that as part of the scene setting when the scene ended, that he was just standing there by himself.
Oh. Shit. But beyond the portcullis is the road. Yeah.
Okay. Don't forget, it doesn't have to be about the current situation. It's a truth about the world. So
Yes.
all the men in the back are dead. Like, the rain has stopped, like anything. So going to Josephine, we only give 2. So yours is the other truth.
We hear screaming of dying soldiers from behind us.
Okay. And
And we are alive.
Woo! Okay. So, I think a lot of people still have traits and virtues, and we have 1 moment spent.
I have
no
one
brinks
brink.
done, and 3
One
scenes
brink.
left. So you have to put yourself into resolution system, like in order to try to burn the things to get to the things to do the things. So you guys come up on little Bjorn, standing there in the portcullis, looking out into the dark rain. See the road out ahead of you. What are you doing?
I grab the boy. What the flaming heck was that?
So I crumple in his grip.
Get on your feet. Now.
All right, I stand up. My mom, it was my mom.
Where is your mother?
She was right here a moment ago.
Oh, was she?
I swear it was her.
Boy, your mom is dead.
Don't say that. You're wrong. Stop it, stop it. And I kind of just go into a fit. Breaking down, weeping, stamping
As
my
he's
feet.
weeping, stomping his feet, you hear him kind of like, "Ah." And then over that, you hear screaming behind you. You're screaming, you hear a tearing, you hear a gnashing, you hear a thumping, and it's getting closer.
We don't have time for this.
We need to get moving.
Oh, if I am still holding Bjorn, I will just drag him by his collar. Josephine has the torch, I believe.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell her, you lead the way.
I don't answer to you, but I will lead the way. I'm gonna try
We
to.
all answer to the good Lord, don't we? Yes.
I'm gonna try to keep the fire lit as best I can.
Okay. So roll me a as you race out onto the road, roll me a conflict roll and tell me what's happening.
Okay, how many do I roll?
3.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
So that's a failure. Do you have a trait still on top?
Yes, I do.
It might be a good idea to burn it to try to re-roll 2 of those.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of how I can burn that.
We only have 3 candles left.
Tactless. I'm so while Bjorn is kind of like crying, having a fit, I'm going to go down to his level and say, Bjorn, you need to get yourself together. I'm sorry to tell you, but your mother's dead. You're gonna have to get your shit together and hold this torch for me, and I'm gonna put my coat over you so it doesn't go out in this rain. So
Okay.
I'm just gonna give him a tough talk.
Yeah. Like, grow the fuck up.
Yeah.
Roll 2d6s. Failure.
Yeah.
Scene ends. As you do tactlessly tell this little boy that his mother's dead and he needs to buck up, Buttercup. The screaming is getting louder. The thumping is getting louder, and you hear a crash. you know that is the door keeping them from you. You race out into the night, rain still pouring down. As little Bjorn is holding onto his torch, he starts to cough uncontrollably. Black sludge coming up, pouring down the front of his chest. Reginald, start to feel that itch in the back of your throat again. You reach under your armpit and you feel a hard spot. You'll
bastard gave me the plague.
Make your way out into the night and the scene ends. Who was the last one to roll? So these things are true. The world is dark. And what is the one truth you get? It's truth about the entire world.
Yeah, I know. The rain is letting up.
Okay. All right, and we
are
alive. Whoa, yay. So, you make your way out into this dark night. The rain lets up. Whatever they are, or at least that was, it does not chase you. You're walking through the woods. It has been an hour, 2, who knows? It's got to the point where Bjorn needs to be carried. Reginald's lagging a bit. You have 1 torch, no food, a couple of daggers, and it is still dark out. As you make your way down the road, somehow it becomes even darker, and you realize that the trees around you are getting bigger and denser. You realize that you have entered what many in this area call the Darkwood. You have no means to travel quickly. You have a dwindling life source. No food. And what are you doing?
So as I'm being carried, who's carrying me? Who would be carrying me?
Who's carrying you?
Josephine, I guess, because you were trying to...
Well, I have the torch now. Or maybe I gave the torch. Yeah, I'll carry you. I'll give the
So
torch.
as you're carrying me, you hear that kind of that rhyming, that sing-songing, but it's like it's muffled. There's pus coming out of my mouth. It's black sludge, like you've seen already, and I'm almost choking on it.
I'll let you keep singing. I won't tell you to stop this time.
And I look up to you for a moment and pause, and I just say, "You're very pretty." And then I go back into the song and start coughing up my whatever, my insides.
I'll have like a twinge of like the slightest maternal feelings, and I'll start humming along with him.
There you go. Look at that.
Gotta keep
Brother
the hope.
Thomas is still angry. He wants to know why you guys are humming. Do you think that they don't have ears? Of course they have ears. They can hear you. Shut the flippin' heck off. And
As
I want to know this rhyme. What is this?
Are you talking to Bjorn?
Yes.
So he's just kind of He's delirious. He's delirious right now. He's just kind of not in his right mind. He can't quite. He starts saying words, but they sound like gibberish.
You angrily say that to him. He's just speaking gibberish. You look away. This hum starts up again. You look back. Bjorn's lips aren't moving. This hum picks up in the direction of Bjorn, but deeper in the woods. And then in front of you. And then kind of all around you, you hear this hum. It's different, though. The cadence is a little bit different. The structure of it is a little bit different. The words are archaic, almost, as if the words that were set to it, maybe that little Bjorn was saying, weren't really the words. They were close. And the sound doesn't sound like a little kid song anymore. Same song, but again, different cadence, different tone. It sounds more like a chant than like a little kid humming a song. But not in words you can understand. What are you doing?
I will counter by I'm gonna start humming, or I'm gonna start praying. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Over and over. Maybe I'll use some Ave Maria. Just the first verse. Because obviously, this is 1348. Ave Maria, gratia plena, Dominus tecum, benedicta tu mulieribus, et benedictus fructus ventris Iesus. Over and over. And if the humming is louder than what I'm humming, I'm gonna start just like preaching to the forest, basically.
Gotcha. Reginald, what are you doing?
So is Bjorn still holding the torch?
No, Bjorn is basically in. Someone's carrying them. Probably not Josephine. Bjorn, who's just deliriously hacking stuff up and now humming back along with this sound, this chanting coming around from all of you. Josephine has the torch. One of you, I assume, since Brother Thomas is proselytizing out into the woods, that you are holding little Bjorn in your arms.
Holding Bjorn, he has the torch. The father has the torch, I think. Either one of the guys has the torch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
I want the torch.
Fine, you have the torch. Josephine's carrying the 10-year-old sick boy. Reginald, what are you doing?
So as we're walking and I'm hearing this humming and praying going on, the rain is letting up to a point where it's just a slight drizzle every once in a while. So the torch is emitting a little bit more light now that it's not dampened down. And as we get closer, there's a fork in the road. And it looks like there's a broken down sign in the middle of that fork. And on the plank, kind of somewhat buried in the mud, it says London with an arrow pointing. But we don't know if it was left or right. And I'm assuming if we've been traveling in the forest in the darkness for this long, we don't entirely know where we are.
Probably very true. Josephine, while this is happening, what are you doing?
I'm just trying to stay close to the torchlight while also comforting Bjorn.
Gotcha. Little Bjorn, are you doing anything?
Yeah, I kind of stir in her arms and try to wriggle free. And I'm drawn toward that chanting sound.
Oh, okay. Well, roll me a conflict.
So 2 dice, but then I have a hope die.
Yeah. So how do you want to do that? Do you want to roll 3 and say the first one is the hope die?
Let me roll 2, and then I'll roll the extra die. Is that okay?
All right.
All right, so here's my 2. Okay, a 6 and a 5. So I guess I don't really need to roll it, or do I need to roll it still, I guess?
No, you do because you need a 6
Okay.
to beat my narrative control.
3. So I had... Oh, another 6?
No, I have a 6. So you succeed. The scene doesn't end, but I continue.
Right.
I get narrative.
Okay.
Bjorn, I mean, he's 10. 10 ain't small. But for some reason, Josephine, you're kind of carrying this kid, and you decide to wriggle out of your grasp. You think maybe he's doing a little better? Maybe he wants to walk on his own. He pushes you away and then starts kind of like almost sleepwalking towards the woods. Makes it to the edge of the woods. Starts picking his way in. What is everybody else doing?
I'm gonna see that
Boy, what are you doing?
and bring the light closer to him so he doesn't stray out of it into the darkness.
Bjorn, do you stop?
No, I just keep going toward wherever the sound is coming from, this chanting.
It's kind of coming from everywhere, but you're moving
Okay.
in a specific direction, and it seems to be what's drawing you. What's anybody else doing?
I'm gonna try to grab Bjorn and pull him back.
Roll me a conflict roll.
Oh, shit.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Well, let me roll my 8 to see if I get 2 or more.
No, not a 1.
So narrate.
Yo, what are you doing? I'm gonna go grab him and pull him back. And do I hear it louder like when I go to get him? I guess
You are the narrator.
so I hear that it's a little bit louder over where Bjorn is. And I'm going to pull him back to where we were and try to get further away from the forest edge.
Do you get further away from the forest edge?
Yes, a little bit.
You pull him back into the road.
We're still kind of like in the forest, though. I don't know.
You're kind of in that the road always has that slope down and that overgrown area on the side that's not quite forest, but it's definitely not road. You're kind of in there.
Yeah, and I've kind of wrangled control of his wrist, but he's still kind of trying to pull against me into the forest.
And don't forget, Josephine, you know my brink.
I do. What can I do with the brink again?
Well, it's knowledge you
Yeah.
have.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that encourages me to try to hold onto your wrist more.
Are the rest of you just watching this happen?
Well, Brother Thomas remembers Josephine's brink. In this moment,
Don't forget, you do know all of this in character, and whether that's information
Right.
you choose to share or do whatever. Again, all of your traits, all of your moments, everything, like whether you can burn it or not, are still accessible for the narrative. But you must put yourself into conflict or resolution in order to burn the things to get to those things.
so I will go over to the edge of the road and tell them to get to their asses into the middle of the road before anything really bad happens.
I'm
Do you
going
comply?
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to
Well, you succeeded in pulling me, right? So
Well,
Yeah.
to this point.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to drag the little wiggling boy to the middle of the road.
Okay. Brother Thomas, why don't you roll me a conflict roll?
Fun. 2, right? Yeah. Okay.
Do you want to try to spend something to reroll that one?
Yeah.
All right. What do you got on top?
On top, I've got my Wrathful Vice. But I'm not really sure what I'm rolling against.
Well, you can't win, right? Because Ryan, you rolled like 1, 2, 3 6s.
But you're rolling to not have a 1.
Lose a die, yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, again, it wouldn't, I mean, for the sake of the mechanics, that's the point. It also, you can like moments and brinks are really powerful things. So if you just sit on your vices or your virtues the entire time, regardless of whether it necessarily helps or not, again, it's about pushing the narrative forward.
Yes, but what's my conflict? Josephine drags the kid to the middle of the road.
So again, you have narrative control. It's not just your character or specifically what you're doing, it's control of the narrative. So if you're wrathful, you could, maybe she's not doing it fast enough and you grab her and rip her back into the road and throw them down and whatever.
Gotcha. Well, that's a 3. So now ceremoniously burn my Wrathful Vice. So if I could just narrate that, I would try to grab Bjorn, but the road is still slippery and muddy. And while I pull Bjorn from Josephine, I then lose the grip I have over him. And I curse like a sailor because I'm wrathful.
Gotcha. So you can you can always be wrathful. Like the success or failure of the die, you can still say what you want to do mechanically. You're not going to get that die to not be a 1. You can still be wrathful. So you grab him, but you're not able to quite pull him back. But that does end the scene. And we are on to our final scene. You try to pull him back. You actually rip him out of Josephine's grasp with your wrathfulness. But instead of taking him back to the road, he slips from your grasp after you ripped him from Josephine's firm grip, and races out into the woods.
You cursed little boy.
And we are on our final scene.
And we
we are alive.
We are alive.
Just barely.
Just barely for a moment. So as Bjorn races into the woods, you chase after him, all of you. What else are you doing at this point? You hear this chanting. You start to hear scraping and tearing as well, coming from all sides. But again, what are you doing at this point? What are you doing?
I'm going to start sprinting
Nothing.
after him.
Yeah, you're chasing Bjorn.
Fame.
And you get to a point where you burst out of the dark wood and you see Bjorn ahead of you in this massive clearing. And he's standing at the edge of what appears to be a massive pit. It is surrounded by figures, by people He's clutching onto the skirt of one of them. As you watch Death's figure pull something from their belt and chucks it down into the pit. You hear a tearing, you hear a gnashing, you hear all these things. You push out of the wood into the clearing as well. Right as you look back and you see figures burst to the edge of the clearing, not into it, right to the edge. You know it is them. As you look around, the dark wood becomes even darker as filling the entire line around you is them. Watching, looking. You look back forward. These people are surrounding this pit. Chanting. What are you doing?
Do we still have a torch lit, or did that go out when you slipped?
Tell me.
Would I be able to decide that, or would that be math?
Yes, you can decide that.
I'm assuming if Matt's Brother Thomas slipped in the mud, the torch might have been partially covered by the mud, dampening the flame a bit. So the light's probably not as strong. I'm gonna take a look at everyone's faces, just kind of see the shocked and kind of horrified expression growing on everybody as we just kind of realize the situation we're in.
Well, who would have thought the boy would be the ones to lead us to our death? And here I thought I'd be able to protect somebody. Well, monk, does your god have a plan for us now? Or is he still looking the other way?
Yes, he always does. And Brother Thomas will step forward and yell at the people standing around the pit. What is the meaning of this? Who are you? Do they answer?
Roll me a conflict roll.
A 1.
Yay! Now, can I burn a moment anytime? Or does it have to be active?
It has to be active.
And I can't burn my virtue right now. Or I can't burn it now.
Final candle goes out. You yell into this clearing. What is it you yelled?
What is the meaning of this? Who are you?
They look back to you. They smile. The whole pit is ringed with it. So it's 20 feet across, massive, middle of this clearing. You hear this rumbling. It's kind of writhing beneath you. And they begin to hum again. And then from around you, there's this almost crooning sound. You realize that they are not humming, but making some sound to the same, at least, cadence as this hum these people are doing. They move towards you in a group, smiling, arms open. Bjorn is amongst them now. They all get close. They're actually like hemming you in at this point, getting closer and closer. You see above their smiling faces, they all have just these pitch black eyes. And when you see little Bjorn, all down the front of his face is just this black, purulent mess. It's almost pouring out of his mouth now. And you look at his eyes and they're even blacker. The torch in your hand finally flickers and flickers out. You think of running, and you know you're not going to get far because they are still amongst the trees, not entering the clearing, still just watching. You feel hands grasp you, and this calmness kind of comes over you. The smile kind of creeps across your lips. Reginald, you begin to cough. This black ichor coming from your mouth. But when you look at Reginald, he still has a smile on his face. You all have this sense of calm as these hands guide you towards the pit. Get just to the edge. You look down and you see it. And you smile even wider. Because looking down, you see light in the darkness. Light for the first time in 10 days. Blinding light. And you welcome it, you embrace it. So people around you watch your bodies fall into the pit. But you're happy. You're in the light once again. The humming begins. People make their way around the circle once more. They disperse to once again corral people towards the light.
This is Brother Thomas. I am a friar of the Seraphic Order. I cannot tell you why, but it appears God has forsaken this town and its people. But now is not the time for doubt. We must be strong. Pray for us as we make for London, where the light still shines. In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Amen.
Dear friend, my name is Bjorn. It means warrior, if you didn't know. I try to be brave like one. My mom tells me I am, but I'm not sure. I'm afraid. My mom taught me this rhyme to say whenever I'm afraid, though. I've said it a lot lately. I want you to have it too, in case you're afraid. This is how it goes. When all darkens to perilous night, fear not, my steadfast friend. It's what's inside that you fear, not what lurks around the bend. You wield the torch that burns the shadows, to splinter them through and through. If you find these words when you're afraid and alone, know that I have faith in you. Well, I better go now. I'm off to find me mum with the help of some very kind people. I hope you're with someone kind. If not, you have me. your friend Bjorn.
I'm so sorry, Father. And I'm so sorry to my whole family. I thought I could make it. I thought I could be the last Fragonard, but it does not appear to be so. I was not strong enough. And I did not live up to my family name. And now it's dark, and I'm here, alone. And my name will die with me.
Well, that's the last of the bloody firewood. You know, it's funny. I swore an oath to protect you, my lord. And every drop of blood in my body would be spilled before any harm would come to you. And now you sit here across from me, half-eaten as a corpse, barely distinguishable from any of the poor blokes outside, caught outside the light. The storm's getting closer, and this fire won't survive the rain. I think my time is coming.
Hand drops feet amongst the ashes of a building. Somehow, a stack of parchment survived. Person holding them wonders where these people are. What must have come from them as they look around and see nothing but ash where Malcolm Regis used to be. That is 10 candles. Black Death.
Yeah, that was great.
Right.
I forgot how fun that game is. Or was.
Oh, it's one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's so good.
So yeah, good times. That is us. That is Halloween. Happy Halloween, everybody. Woo!
Yeah. Halloween's almost
don't think
over in California.
Yeah, Halloween's over in like 15 minutes, and I think it's been over for like a day in Sweden, but here we are. How do we end this? Thank you so much, Heimat der Katastrophe, for allowing us to use the music that we used. We'll make sure we add this into the notes at the bottom. This is once again from all of these tracks are from Doom Catacomb. This is Heimat der Katastrophe 11, 34, and 59. Definitely go check those out. I guess, coming up, we have Orbital Blues back-to-back days on Thursday. We're going to be interviewing the folks over at Orbital Blues, Zach and Sam, about their current Kickstarter Afterburn, which is the first big expanse in Orbital Blues. And then on Friday, we're going to be doing an AP of Orbital Blues with myself, Josh Mansky, Hunter, and Marco Serrano of Spicy Tuna. That is what's coming up. And we have a game review on Sunday, too. Don't remember what it is, so you'll have to tune in to find out, because I still need to read it. And that's about all I got. Jason, thank you so much for this. Is the overlay that we did was all Jason. All of this is Jason. I just got to hit GM and then come into Jason's hard work here for the Foundry module, for all the candles, for the overlay, for everything. So Jason, thank you so much for putting all that work in, and thank you all for doing all of that. Does anyone want to say who didn't get a chance to do their moment or their break, which is I think everybody but Jason, what your moments and breaks were for your characters?
I didn't say what my break was, and so this was knowledge that Josephine had. So I have seen you help them. Them being the capital them. So
that was your brink. That was the brink that was given to you.
That was my brink. Yeah. Well, yeah, she gave me that brink. Yeah.
So I should have known.
That's why I reminded you. I said, "Hey, remember, you know my brink." So I was curious if you're going to bring that into the story somehow.
Reginald, what was your moment in your brink?
So my moment was to fulfill my oath, and so I was going to try to use that to protect the kid. Because originally it was supposed to
Yeah.
protect the Lord, but that didn't work out.
Yeah.
And then the brink that I got from you was we saw you with that little dagger. He didn't want to leave the town. When he slipped and you slipped that blade between his ribs, he never suspected you. And that's why y'all couldn't be cutting open that body. Finding stab wounds.
Oh, nice.
Brother Thomas.
Yes. So my moment was finding hope when I hear church bells. But my brink was that I lost my faith and cursed God,
Oh.
which would have been an awesome moment.
That's why I used the Lord's name in vain then.
You got so close
And-
to Spain.
And then Josephine. You didn't get to your moment, did you, there at the end?
No. My moment was I'll have hope when I see my family's sigil. And then my brink was that I have seen you sacrifice someone to get away from them, or like what was it? It was like push someone
Push someone away.
Gotcha.
Man, I thought you were going to do that again with the boy. That's why I
Yeah.
grabbed him from you.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So that has been 10 Candles. Maybe we'll see you next year doing the same thing, but catch us next week, I think, as we get back to our Dragonbane campaign. And
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think
Dragonbane
that's
will be
it.
here next week. That's it. So
woo woo. And we'll be back. So have a good night. Happy Halloween, everyone. We'll talk to you guys later. Bye.